Welcome in everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Hello. How is your Sunday going, everybody? Giving nightmare to Evie already? So, taking it from the top, I have a guppy waterboarding the streamer. Oh, I have way too many choices. I have water, I have coffee, I have lemonade. What the hell should I do? I guess let's drink some coffee. It's my first coffee of the day, can you believe it? And Guppy, of course, redeeming the Steam title of First for today. Congratulations, Guppy. Stealing it from Hebe, was it? I think it was Hebe last time. And we have a Hebe wiggling in chat. Rush Chat Awards. Hello, Hebe, and a flamethrower. Hi. How are you doing? I have myself entering the chase zone to become 34% more Bria Savarin. For a grand total of 64%, while Hebe is grabbing some Brie, of course. Hebe is always grabbing some Brie. 21% Brie, which brings her at 520% Brie. Congratulations, Hebe, for being the very first to become 500% Brie and nibbling an achievement in the process. Congrats. And we have Guppy rolling in chat in an egg. Thanks for the giant emote. Yeah, the elf Easter emote. Yeah, it's kinda cute, this ducky emote. It is kinda cute, but elf's avatar for Easter is very scary. You're doing alright. It's been a very slow day. Ooh, well, I suppose that's what you want for Sunday, isn't it? A slow Sunday is always a nice time. We can't be stealing, you even have time to hydrate first. Yeah, that's true. First coffee of the day and I was outside already. Who am I and what have I done to LSQT? Well, so, you see? So I had this plan to go meet friends at like the end of the morning and like have a picnic together and then like have an activity around town and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, there are a few stuff I want to do before. I'm gonna take some time. I'm going to wake up bright and early and do all my stuff so I can be ready to go and join them at the end of the morning. And I fell back asleep. What can I say? So I woke up, I look at the time. Well, I woke up the second time. I look at the time. I like, oh my god, I have to be there in like 5 minutes. Oh crap. It takes me 20 minutes to get there. And I look at my phone and I have a message from them who are like, oh my god, we're so sorry, we're gonna be so late. I'm like, okay, so that's perfect. Guess who just woke up? At the end of the day, I was there later than they were. So yeah, because like I had to go like buy some stuff for the picnic and stuff like that. Because we planned it relatively late, so I couldn't do that yesterday. So, you know, the emote was a reward from the Alphaton. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. And you think the avatar is less for Easter and more for the game? I mean, it works for Easter too, right? I guess it works for both. But yeah, that makes sense. And hey, we have a Kaz entering the chism to become 36% époise today. Nice. The plan died on GitHub, exactly. Time to evolve something with instant teleportation. Oh my gosh. Like, can we please get on to inventing teleportation, like, right away? please. So yeah, turns out I just didn't have time to get coffee this morning because I woke up in a complete rush. Like I rushed to like clean up real quick, then I had to run to go buy stuff so I would have some stuff to eat at the picnic, and then rush out there. So there was no coffee. And then we've been walking ever since, so you know. You need to have some dinner, but you'll be back ASAP. Ooh, nice. Have a nice dinner, Hebe. We did have ice cream though, which was really good because it was like 26 outside. It was so hot. Just threw a few frozen buns into the air fryer too. Nice. Egg sandwich. Right, and we are back playing Modulus today. We stopped last time, I'd say mid-game, more or less. And I think it's time to scale up and get some more heavy-duty science and all of that, right? Do I care about the Artemis 2 badge and emote? I learned that there was a badge for the launch of Artemis 2 just after the launch of Artemis 2. So, I mean, I guess I know. I didn't know about the emotes though, so I see that you have a NASA emote. That's kinda cute. But yeah, I learned about it after the fact, so I guess it's too late. That's fine. I don't remember, I was talking with somebody about like where people watched the launch. You can still get them by watching an hour of the moon flyby tomorrow evening or when they splash down. Oh, interesting. Good to know. Thank you, Flame. Yeah, I'll definitely do that then. So tomorrow evening, you say? Yeah, I'll have to do that. Yeah, because generally when I watch space stuff, I watch the streams from NASA Spaceflight, who is kind of a space news outlet, specialized space news outlet, mainly centered around American stuff, that covers a lot of this stuff, and they have very good like cameras. They don't just restream the NASA stream. They have like commentators that know a lot about space stuff. They have their own cameras. They have a lot of photographers working for them, like specialized space photographers. And generally they do very excellent coverage of all things space. If you go look on YouTube at their, I think they have some replays of like the launch, they have slow motion stuff, etc. And they have such gorgeous images. And I know that a lot of people were complaining about the NASA stream because I think was it during booster separation that they like just didn't show it for some reason. The images were available, but they just didn't show it. And yeah, you don't have any of that nonsense on this kind of on as a space flight. Like during launches, they They're just like us, they're space enthusiasts, and they just stop talking, at least too much. They comment a little bit on like what's gonna happen, etc. as it happens. But generally, they put on like the loop with the different call-outs of what's happening. They try to explain a little bit if they have time in between events, and they just focus on showing the rocket and what's happening. So it's really nice. Hey, Lignite, how are you doing? Oh, welcome in, entering the Chisholm to become 43% Vessel today. Ooh, 93% Vessel. That's getting close to 100%. You're getting close to an achievement. How am I? I'm doing good. Slightly sore because I've been walking around the city, like, a lot. But otherwise good. And yeah, welcome in. We just started. So let me get my bearings. So I think this is what we just did last time, right? This is like gray science that we send... Where do we send it? Oh, right. That we send over here and across to make the blue science. One thing I was noticing was that we have like very heavy duty gray science over here and not so much over here. So I think it would be nice to have more heavy duty gray science on this side. This was like a test design. I'm trying to think... Right, so... This... let's see. Where is it? I'm lost. I'm getting lost in my base. This is producing 60 basic cores per minute. Right? This little thing. Each of these is producing 15 per minute. So like just that is producing more than all of this. So I think we ought to replace this. The problem is we need oil for that. We need like... how much is that? I think it's 60 gold per... so 60 oil per minute, I think. And we don't have any oil on this island. We do, however, have oil available over here. Probably over here too. No, actually not on this island either, by the looks of it. And, well, we have oil we're using over here. Wait, no. Are we using it? What are we using it for? Oh yeah, we're using it to make the blue. So we could, I guess, take oil from here. Because we're not using a lot for blue, are we? These two take 15, so like overall we take... brain, ketchup, 30? Yes, 30. And this one can produce 120 per minute. And we need 60, so we might as well just transfer the oil over, I think. And replace this whole thing. Yeah, I like that plan. So first things first, let's take both output, because my belts can carry both. And then we can do something like this. Okay, so then I want to transfer my oil on this island, and then I'm going to want to bring it like back here. Maybe I transfer here on the side? That might work. Yeah, I think that's workable. Like we could have perhaps a tunnel. Perfect. Yeah, the oil comes along. And poof. That's my oil. Oh, wait. I'm going to need a second one, right? Because this skyline only takes 60. Well, I only need 60, really. So, whatever. Is this working in design? I think it is. Okay, so I'm going to need two stuff. I'm going to need this and just add the oil input, basically. I need 4 more inputs. Second thing I need is removing this mess, basically. So this is 15, this is 15, and this is 15. All together, they make like 45. The question is... So technically I would want this entire thing, right, to be duplicated. Oh, that's a good point. I'm going to want 2 of these. So I'm going to actually want the 120 per minute. We can work that. We can work at that. But yeah, I think generally we're going to want this entire thing. Which does mean I need to work on a lot of space. I might cut off the entire top part. Maybe like have a science build across, and maybe we can have like another core facility over here or something. I think I'm just going to remove this entire... We need to scale up, and scaling up in this case involves demolishing a lot of stuff. Because it's just not up to scale. And that's fine. You know, you have to break some eggs to make an omelette. So. No, I want to copy... No, I want to copy this entire thing, basically. Not specifically this belt I just selected, but it's in the way, so it's going to come along. Whether it wants to or not. Yeah. Look at that. That's gonna be beautiful. Do I flip it? I might flip it like that. And maybe I shimmy around the bots a little bit for this. Yeah, I think that's workable. Yes, place it. So that's my oil delivery. We're not going to do it exactly like that. We want the bots. I guess I could have them right there. Or just like that. How do I want it to look like? I guess this is fine. So my basic cores are going to come out over here, be sent to these facilities, and these bots collect the gray science. So over here, we need 60 blocks for this. This is 30, 30, 30, 30, basically. So I need 3 times 60 blocks. Is that correct? I think it is. I'm pretty sure that's correct. This would provide 60 blocks. And it's like 4 furnaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would provide 60 blocks as well. And I guess this would provide... yeah, 30 maybe? Right. So... I guess maybe we can take 2 pairs. $30. You can be 60. One, two, three, 4. So you're a 60. Which I may guess means we can split you. All of these auto-upgrade, don't they? Yes. So that's all fine. You. Well, you're obviously, first things first, gonna want to be furnace. To be fair, I could move this one over here, and that would be best, I think. That way merge onto a single belt. Right, I have enough. Like that 30, I have enough to go up to 60. I might want to shift things a little bit, but I have enough to do that. And that's exactly what I need, so let's do that. Along with that, I think we're going to want to go into this new paradigm that we've been working with, that the furnace is as close to the source as possible. And generally it's going to help having things more organized. Okay, so my mineral, the furnace, a little furnace right here. That's 2. This would be a 3. And this would be a 4. So that's 4 furnaces. That's basically all I need over here. And it's all on one belt rather than being like a mess. Well, this is not a splitter, this is just a belt. Okay, that's great. The advantage of doing this is that it compresses things significantly. It compresses them a lot. I think I might change how I assemble these. Like this is a 4 already. Which then means I don't need to like go and mess around with that. Or I could take all 3 of these. Oh, actually. Yeah, but I want to eliminate this underground belt. Hey, but I could do that. Okay, let me redo this entire thing. This is a mess. So how about my 3 I assemble over here, and then I bring ores around with that. And then I suppose the furnace can be facing upwards if I want to. And then I have these three that are taking ores from over here. And a furnace that faces up. And now I have 4 different furnaces on this belt, which is a 60. Which is exactly what I'm requiring over here. So I can merge and split. Because why not? Okay, so now all I need to do is have the oil over here. Look at that! All good. Next up, I need the science, of course. How did I do the science on the other one? Is that the one? Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I just have a splitter with like 8 different... I can do the same, basically. Because that's what it's gonna feed. I could... Okay, ID. I want to feed 8 data centers, right? They're going to be consuming 15 science per minute and outputting gray cubes instead. I don't need to feed each port. So how about... I mean, would that work? Because I can't just go like this, can I? Yeah, it would only feed one. But I could potentially... do something like this? Yeah, that would definitely work. Maybe I join the other side, because at the end of the day that's where I want to go. And then I just send the science here. And so right there I can just do that. That's kinda cute, I think. Okay, so this is working. What are you guys doing? This should be producing gray processors. Yes, I do have gray processors coming in here. Okay, one thing I was wondering, I have 10 cranes available, I have 3 attached. If I were to attach 2 of these builds to one of these buildings, would it produce twice as fast? Hey Doran, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. I'm kinda curious, you know? Okay, that said, I don't have cores being delivered to this build anymore. So currently we're not producing any bots. We don't need the grape processor side. That's my grape processors. All good. So I really just need the bot assembly. And I'm thinking we just copy this, double it up. We'll have to find more oil. But that's generally fine, like there are tons of oil sources around, pretty much anywhere. I mean, this could be a good oil source. It also has solarite, which is the 3rd level stuff. No, that's a painter. That's not what I want an oil rig. Well, let's place an oil rig over here. And then we can be like, hey, let's send all the oil across. Oh, I can do that underground? That's perfect, actually. I was hoping it would work, but not expecting it to work. Okay, and so all we're going to be using it for is just complementing what we're sending over here. Which does kinda mean I want a priority splitter. And so only if the main belt is blocked. So that would be this direction. No, not this direction. The other one. This direction. Yes, yes. So I'm sending here first and then here second. Good. So how is this going? Hey, pretty good. This is working full speed. This is obviously stopped at the moment. That makes sense. Can we potentially rework it? So we need... I think we can probably do a lot better than so many assemblers. What are we delivering at the end? Like 30 per minute of each? Yeah. I think we can probably do a lot better. Let's see. I think we can start with an assembler. Which is going to take 2 blocks. We assemble them. Then we can split that. Into 2 parts. Should we do 2 parts or 3 parts? I mean, we could do a 4 parts splitter and just have like 8. Actually, yeah. Why don't I do that? I configure it like that and that's job done, right? Except, well, yeah, I'm taking 15, I'm getting 60 out. Okay. And if I do the exact same thing... over here, well, maybe I move it for the time being. So we assemble this over here, we paint it all black, no, black, then we cut. We cut in half, and then we cut again. We might need 2 of them. Like that. Bonjour, Tuskog. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yes, so we do need... Well, I guess this could all be working half speed, right? If I need the same amount of each... This is 60, this is 60. That's all there is to it, really. What I could do, and I think I will do, is maybe take these 2... move them a little bit. Maybe like that. This could be flipped. Yeah. Oh my god. Right. Then we have that. And then we have this. Finally, we can try to compact a little bit We will compact that by flipping it to... You're good! Feeding your cat right now to stabilize his rural level. Oh, your cat is sick? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm good. I went outside today. It was so warm today. It was very, very warm. But I had a good time with friends, so, you know. That's basically all you can hope for, isn't it? I do not want them to be connected. That's not gonna work. Well, let's see, we need a building. Well, we might as well take this building. We might as well just steal the building. Okay, so I'm having a slight issue here, which is I'm never gonna have the space to have 8 inputs on this side. And each input being 15 per minute, if I want to feed 60 per minute, I need 8 of them. Right, and I can't stack 2 of them together. Nope. So, how about... I could just have 4 of them on this side and 4 of them on this side. Right? Yeah, my last issue is gonna be that this wants to go too fast for my crane capacity. He's not happy about the force feeding. Yeah, I can imagine. He has hyperaldosteronism, an underdiagnosed disease. They thought it was in insuffisance rénale at first, but it was actually his renal glands and not the kidney. Not under treatment, and his sodium levels and potassium levels and hypertension are stabilized, but his urea levels are still high and making him nauseous. So he's losing weight, and that's not helping. Right, so you're trying to get that under control so he can be healthy. And so is it something where it's like, yeah, he's gonna be fine, you just have to make sure that he's fed a certain way or something like that? Like certain specific things? And the nice thing with what we just did is that because this wants 60 per minute of each of them, that's exactly one building. So we can just copy that. And that should be alright, I expect. Let's see. I don't like them being misaligned. So let's try to align them together. This is gonna be annoying. That's fine. Can override these belts. I don't really need them to be like they are. And they're not gonna be like they are at the moment, in fact. You think, yeah, at least you hope. Well, fingers crossed then. Fingers crossed. I hope it works out. How about we do this? This will, of course, mean we need to move these cranes. Perfect. And so now I should be able to do something like this. Right. Let's feed you oil. How do I feed you oil? Well, I'm just going to have like undergrounds over here. That should work. And finally, le numéro complémentaire. You. And I do technically need 2 more cranes to feed this building. But you know, it is what it is. Let's move the output like over here. Whatever. That's fine. It's a renal gland producing too much aldosterone hormone, making the blood retain too much salt and lose potassium, causing hypertension and muscle weakness. He went blind because of it. Oh no. But now that his disease is found and treated, the hypertension danger is gone, so we regain hope. And is it like he's gonna remain blind, or is it like, yeah, the hypertension was causing blindness, but now that he doesn't have it anymore, now that it's under control, it might come back progressively or something like this? So how much am I feeding? I'm feeding 60, I believe. Yep. And this would be consuming... I think just this is consuming 60, isn't it? Yes. This is consuming 60, and this will be consuming... maybe 45? Or maybe 30. I'm not entirely sure. Because technically these are like 32 voxel modules. They're pretty small. So we need more than what we are providing at the moment. But we can totally provide it from here. I said currently I'm providing 60. So let's double it. It's permanent, unfortunately. Yeah, it can destroy organs. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because I imagine if it's like, yeah, the eye is damaged, it's not easy to just recover from it. But, well, at least you're preventing further damage, right? So that should mean that moving forward, you don't have worse to expect, at least. And let's take these 4 for the last furnace. Alright. And this needs to go straight across. Alright. Well. You're 16 years old, baby. He got treated for hypertension, so at least all the other organs are safe, yeah. At least they treated the most dangerous symptom. What's going on? Oh, I forgot to connect them. My bad. That would help. So can I upgrade to 12? That's skylines per island. I want to increase cranes. Yeah, I can totally do that. Actually, let's go. So now we are expecting an output of what, 30 per minute? Why? You're producing 60, 60, so 60 of each per minute. Wait, why is it? Oh. Oh. Dang it. I messed it up. I messed up this production line. Right, so this is too small, is it? Yes. Well... I could glue them vertically together. That should work. Okay, so let's copy the production line. And mess around with it real quick. So you don't have to be here. You can totally be like over here or something, right? You can be mirrored. And I can have... Well, I will need a splitter here. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I'll need that. You're back. Welcome back, Hebe. How was dinner? What did you get? When you had to force feed your rabbit, she would get so mad about it that she'd beat you in the face and tore your shirt to ribbons. Oh no. I hope his body's slightly better behaved. Yeah, that's a very rabid rabbit, isn't it? So can I... No? Can I then take the color thingy? Then I can probably just move this. Like that. Freshly baked tomato soup with the meatballs and freshly sliced baked bread. Ooh, that sounds very nubs. He tolerates you brushing his teeth, even though you have to trap him between blankets. I mean, yeah, but trapping him in between blankets, like, it's a comfort thing, right? It's like, you're gonna be fine, buddy. It gets them to relax. Cat burrito, yeah. Okay, can I fit that in here? Is the question, I suppose. I might have to move it back a little bit. It's not bad because, like, this entire thing can move back. I think I might have to. Let me, like, take this. Yeah. That's exactly what's gonna have to happen. Well, that's fine. I'm not mad about it. There are worse problems to have in a build that I kind of wing. Okay, so here I want this like that. Reset that. Reset them all. So now I want slices of 2. Yes, yes. This is going to come out at 60 per minute though. I might need a lot of these. I mean, will I? I don't quite know. Maybe not? Hang on, no. Reset that. Here we are. Ah, better? This game looks like Factorio. I mean, in the sense that there are belts. Yes, but I think, like, overall it looks very different in my opinion. That's actually one thing I quite enjoy about it, is how different it looks than really most other games of that genre. Okay, so we need a second one. Okay, so that should now be coming out at 60. Hey, Mastani, how are you doing? Malastor did not see Mastani sneaking in. That is wrong. Nom, 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 nom. Though I didn't hear Mastani sneaking in. What happened? Did you hear the raid alert? Thank you for the raid, Mastani. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for raiding. How was EU5 today? Run through stream with the cheese supplies. Oh. Yeah, entering the cheese zone to become 47% A plus today. How are you doing? And thank you for the stream streak. Yeah, welcome in raiders. Welcome in everybody. If you're new here, I am Alasto and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, all this kind of stuff. And also puzzle games. Today we are enjoying a very new game, which is called Modulus. It came out a few days ago. This is our second stream of it. And it's a factory game, as you can see. But with an interesting twist, which is kind of close to Shapes.io in a sense that instead of having like recipes that you apply in machines and you just feed that item to this machine and then that item to this other machine, you have blocks that you can glue together and cut and color and do all kinds of stuff, and you have to produce different shapes to feed to your machines and produce the end product. So your production lines, you have a lot of flexibility in how you want to make them, because you can do things in different order. Like you could split everything into individual blocks if you want to and then reassemble them. So yeah, you have a lot of creativity in this part of the game, which is, hey, what do I cut, what do I do, in which order, which machines do I use to modify this shape, or maybe produce two shapes at once by doing a clever operation or something like that. So I'm really enjoying that aspect of the game, and also it's very relaxing because materials don't run out, no time pressure or anything like that. You can just focus on making, like if your thing is to optimize your factory, then you can totally do that, right? You can do that all day. U5 went well. You fixed your economy, started annexing more vassals, and ended in a coalition declaring on you. Silly them, they can't win. But you're at a point of relative weakness because they are starting to have armies on par with you. I see. So you're saying they were actually clever, they chose the best moment they could get to hope to get away with it. You love my accent, not to think just the right seasoning. Oh, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people are here for the accent. Not just for the accent, I hope. But in part, it does play a role. Quick walk with Papa. Have a good walk, Hebe. Yeah, so this is my factory. Generally, the goal is to produce science. You can see here we have gray science, we have blue science, and we're going to have to produce yellow science. And to produce, to deliver bots. So we have different targets, and each target is a larger and larger amount of bots to deliver. So we have basic bots, the droids that we're currently producing. That's all we're currently doing. We had finished last stream setting up a droid line. And to do that, we had to redesign the basic science part. And so we started today by upgrading the basic science with the redesigns we did, because we unlocked a lot of tech. We got better at design in general, which is a thing I really like about this type of games. It's not just, hey, I unlocked the faster recipe or whatever. It's kind of the same with Alchemy Factory 2, where it's like, hey, I get a better design because I became better at designing these factories. That's really something I enjoy. This sense of I'm actually gaining some skills, you know? I'm not just unlocking the next tech. Clever in the sense that they declared, so you can't split piece them out, but silly because they don't have as many peasants as you, nor recuperate them as fast as you, so they're going to end up losing. Yeah, I see. And soon, TM, you'll have a way better regular soldiers, and they'll end up smacked harder in upcoming wars. You also finished the Wars of Religion. Oh no, the disaster will likely be back in 10 years. Yeah, but like, if they didn't declare on you, you were gonna eat them anyway, right? So it's their best bet, in a sense. Even though they can't win, it was still their best shot at it. Okay, so yeah, we are producing basic cores at 60 per minute. I still don't get why this is 30 per minute. I'm loading 60 per minute of each, right? And oh yeah, I divide by 2, I need 8 and I produce them 4 by 4. Okay, yeah, so that outputs 30 per minute. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Okay, good. One thing I am noticing, we seem to be running low on oil. Oh, it's a transfer issue. So these can only transfer 60 per minute. And my belts are transporting 120 per minute. And initially that was fine, because I only needed 60. But no, I actually need the 120. So currently everything on this island is running half speed. If we look, yeah, these two are fed, but not these two. So this is 50% speed, as you can see. And so is this, which means this is entirely starved. But know that the oil is hitting this. We should start improving very quickly. The goal is to end anyways. They're declaring their doom by 5-10 years, yeah. Delaying their doom. Well, that's the best they could get away with, you know. It was either that or accepting their fate. Okay, so yeah, you can see that these input cranes are already improving. This is all improving, so this should start getting greener. I don't expect it to go all green, because I expect these machines to be 50% of their speed, I think. But I expect, yeah, these to become green. And you can see that the resource mining over here is getting greener as well as these things are restarting. So these are producing basic cores that then are fed to the other processing plants. That's basically what's going on here. Yeah, so that's exactly what I expected. Everything green, save for these three that are 50%. Perfect. And so this is now going 100%. Good. And same over here. This is slowly accelerating. These are gonna be 50%. But the rest is all gonna be bright green, in theory. I don't know why I'm stuffy today. I apologize for that. There are days like this where it's like, yeah, I'm fine when I'm not streaming, but as soon as I start streaming and talking, then you get stuffy for some reason. I have a theory that it's the way we are speaking when we're streaming that causes that. You force-fed him almost 70 grams of wet food. Time for a treat, yeah. Time for a treat and a cuddle. And to make sure he knows that you're doing that because you care about him. Alright, so yeah, you can see we have basically the same setup over here. That's what we built last time. But the science that is being produced by this is being sent on this belt to this island. And then we're combining it with this entire setup, which produces blue cores. And that allows us to produce blue data shards, which is the blue science thingy. And to make these blue processors, we need droid cores, which are being produced. Where are my droid cores? Are you? No, that's the droids. That's my droid cores. Right over here, so we're producing a lot of them. It's very resource intensive and paint intensive. But yeah, we have objectives where it's like 5,000 science to unlock. So we really need to get more intense science, right? Like the basic bot assembly, we have a large version of it. We could get like a larger droid core facility. Interestingly, we don't have a large version of the processing plant. At least not right now. I'm wondering... Blue Vault... Yeah, I don't quite know. And so we'll need a Lumite reactor. That's the next science, basically. Let's see, can we... maybe unlock blueprints? That wouldn't be a bad thing. So, blueprints. Blueprints let you save specific layouts of operators and reuse them later, making it faster to build similar sections. When importing blueprints from other saves, make sure all items in the blueprint are unlocked in your current save, otherwise some parts may be missing. The good news about blueprints is that like building these buildings doesn't cost anything. So we could get away with copy paste without having the blueprints available, but I'm glad we get them. Yeah, why not? Not blocks, pointers, display case. This is all quality of life stuff. Okay, but that's going to be the important part here. We can get faster basically everything. Uh-huh. Right. So no, our cutter goes 60 per minute. Our assembler goes 60 per minute. And the stamper goes 60 per minute. Can I upgrade the furnace anywhere? I'm sure I'll be able to. Let's see. Oh, the miner. First things first. Okay. We'll want to upgrade the oil rig. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Extractor. Yeah, upgrading the extractor would be extremely good too. I'm wondering if we'll need to double up on the furnaces then. Because I haven't seen a furnace upgrade. I don't think. Yeah. Interesting. Let me see. So let's see. For example, yeah, a lot of these now are like, oh, the efficiency is crap, right? Do we go back to the first island? Maybe? Where is my first island? Is it that one? I think that's the one. Yes. Okay, so these are producing 30 per minute. The furnace is consuming 120 per minute. And producing 30. So we did upgrade it then. Didn't we? So it's still 4 to 1 for the furnace. Yeah, I think we did upgrade the furnace then. I missed it. When did I do that? Or where did I do that? Oh, furnace speed. Right here. Okay, it was minor speed and furnace speed. Okay. You finally brought and broken mod the game. He's not hungry for the healthy food, but the extra pungent crab and chicken snack, yes. I mean, we're all the same in that sense, right? It's like, I don't wanna eat healthy, man. but unhealthy food? Heck yeah. Okay, so I think right now the limitation is the input, isn't it? So, let's see. We have 30, 60, 120. So this is a full belt. These four are a full belt. So if I want to have this, I'm going to need another belt. First things first. You consume one or can consume 120 and you produce 60. You can consume 60 and you produce 120. You can consume 60, so you produce 120. So currently, like, this produces 120 of these blocks per minute. And so this should run at half speed, so this should be consuming 60, right? But the cranes only consume 15. Yeah, Hebe did resist way longer than many. You can see Mastani is rank 12 already. The challenges bring it a lot of XP. I haven't played too much with the challenges. I have done one. I have done the basic challenge, but I haven't done the other ones. Yeah, like, this is still running, but it's like, there's no point right now. I guess I should rework the challenge and, like, remove this to do this instead. We'll work on that.
Delivery target completed.
Ooh! A delivery target of droids. Nice, nice. Yeah, so this is running like half speed. Well, maybe not half speed. Maybe a little bit more than half speed. Because technically this should be taking half. It's just that I need to rework things here. How do I do that? Do I have the space? So if I want 120 input of each of them, that's like 30, 60, that's what, 8? That's 8 cranes per product. For the fast ones, and we have one, so that's 12 cranes in total, plus 8, that's what, 20 cranes? If I want to go full speed? That's kinda crazy, I just don't have the number of cranes unlocked. Can I even unlock a 20 crane on a building? Eventually, but not below yellow. Not before yellow. So there's no point in doing that. So I could just remove half of the build. And be like, screw it, I'm going with a half build to do the same thing. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Raiding in. How are you doing? Oh, have a nice Sunday, I hope. You're totally not late. No, you're never late.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Did my bot... I mean, there was the alert, but I think my bot didn't see the follow somehow. There's weird things going on with my stream setup at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. It's fine. You haven't seen this game like yet. It's looking very clean. Yes. Hey, Escavu, how are you doing? Yeah, it just came out last week. It's a brand new game. It just came out. This is our second stream. Well, not last week. This week, actually. Ooh. Zeta, congratulations on getting the achievement for 100% Feta, for being the first to become 100% Feta by entering the cheese zone and nibbling 29% more Feta to become 104% Feta. Not bad. Yeah, so this is brand new. It came out Thursday, to be precise. We were able to play it on release, in fact. And yeah, it's very nice. It's of course it's a factory game, so it's always going to be reminiscent of games like Satisfactory and Factorio, but it has a very different twist on it, which is that you have blocks and you glue them together and you cut them and you paint different parts of the blocks and you do all that to make different shapes like this with different colors for different parts of the blocks. And you make your production chains like that. So it's an interesting approach to the genre. Okay, so let me just remove, I think, like half of this. I think we're just going to do this. Something like that. Why not? No, that's not clean. That's not clean. I hate that. This is much better. Yeah, it's very cozy. No time pressure, no resource pressure. None of that. Wait, I only have 3 here. I don't have a... I actually don't have enough space for 8 on this side, do I? Yeah, that's gonna annoy me. Okay, first things first. Let's fix my production line. What happened here? I'm not sure what that noise was. Wait a minute. Do I actually need to do all this? No, I don't. Because I need half of these compared to these. Yeah, that... I'm being stupid. Oh my gosh. Right. So... let's move this entire thing over here. Nope, you do not do that, please and thank you. Uh-huh. And so I need twice as much of the short pillars, which is what I have at the end, as the other things. So I have 4 cranes for this and 2 cranes for that. So that's like 30 per minute and that's 60 per minute. Which does mean this can go straight. That's cleaner. And this one is 60 per minute, which is the same rate. Okay. So basically I'm achieving the same thing I was doing before, but with half the production line. It seems like a nice change from resources like copper, coal, electricity. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's... I mean, you have like some mining, but it's more like, oh, I'm mining the white stuff, the blue stuff, the yellow stuff. And basically the white stuff you make block with, which is your basic thing. And the other ones you're going to be mining to make paint. The puzzle Tetris element makes it really nifty. Yeah. I think for me it still has a very strong Lego element to it. But in the sense that it's like... well, this is maybe not a very good example because I'm working on the very basic part of the factory, which is what you do extremely early on. Let's go have a look elsewhere. Is this a good place to look? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so for example, in the sense that it's like, hey, you have like this thing to assemble in that way, and really they look like Lego pieces, right? You can have a look at it, you can like look at the white part, gray part, that kind of stuff, and you have to figure out how to assemble it. So it's not, hey, follow these steps. But also, like, the shapes suggest often a pretty good way to do it. You can often see where the game's going with stuff. But you can do things your own way, really. You don't really have to do it the way the game suggests you to. So I really appreciate that. Right, so this is consuming 120 and this would be providing... basically this is consuming... no, this is not consuming a full belt actually. It would be consuming a full belt if I was running it 100%, but I'm not. I'm just not running it that fast. What's happening here? Oh, I have the wrong block. So this is efficiency view where you can see like if the machines are running basically as fast as they could. So basically here I could remove 2 of these builds, I think. And just because I quadrupled the speed of everything, didn't I? Pretty much. Well, not really the monotoner. I don't know. Yes, this is still going. So here I'm producing 120 per minute. I'm cutting half of them. And I'm supposed to be painting half of them, but this is only 30 per minute. So I would need a second monotoner if I wanted to go full speed on that. Or I would need to upgrade the monotoner. Can I upgrade the monotoner more? No. Yeah, because a lot of these I have quadrupled the speed, and for the monotoner I have just doubled it. So it means it's going to need a redesign of a lot of things. You love the family-friendly demand for the French command? Wait, what did I say? Oh yes. Yeah, it's just yeah, I'm not just going to say anything, you're right. If it's something nasty, I'm not gonna say it. I don't promise to say just anything. That's the meaning of it. Did I have any wild demands before? No. But it's just... You know... In a way, when you're making these commands, when you're making people spend like points on stuff, you're promising, okay, you're gonna spend point on this and I'm going to do that. So I want to not make promises that I'm not willing to fulfill, if that makes sense. That's more why I wrote it like that. It's not that I think people would abuse it necessarily. I think we have a community that's generally pretty wholesome and wouldn't necessarily abuse it, but I have a disclaimer that if I think that does not fit in the stream, then I'm not promising anything. So, freighter transport. Freighter control can be accessed via the top menu or placed freight hub. Freighters carry large cargoes of multiple items and can be programmed freely. Each can visit multiple freight hub, plus you can unlock more freighters in the tech tree. You can place an unlimited amount of hubs with input-output storage. Freighters load from the freight hub input and unload its output. Sacre bleu! No, it's not like I'm not going to say any swear or something like that. I used to be more strict when I started on the friendly side of things. I'm not super hard on the it has to be family friendly kind of stuff, but it's good to keep in mind that, I mean, anyway, people who use the commands generally have a good sense of what I would be willing or unwilling to do, you know. The mod quote activating on its own, yeah. It's... We have good quotes, it would be a shame not to show them every once in a while. There are a ton of streams where like you have a quote command, you can add quotes, and then they're never used. And I find that it's a shame because it's nice. I like quotes. So I want people to enjoy them. Okay. That's not bad. I think we should maybe try to compact this. But that does mean reworking the monotoner, doesn't it? So I think I'm going to take... I kinda want to rework this entire thing, I'm gonna be honest. When you enter a stream and there's no quote bot, you're like, no! Are there many streams that don't have a quote command at all? I think most of the streams I know have a quote command. I might buy an island just to do some design stuff. Or do we go and do a challenge before we do that? I think we go and do a challenge. I don't want to be redesigning it 5 times in a row or something. So we have this challenge build that's currently just not doing much, because we have long completed the challenge it was associated with, and there's really nothing to gain from making these modules at this point, I don't think. So let's work on the second challenge. No, challenge. Right, so we're going to have this kind of checkerboard pattern. Ooh. Interesting, interesting. So this I can... I already noticed that like we have 2 pieces that are identical. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Gotta go in, have a great dinner at the Skog. And hey Rainforester, happy Easter! How are you doing? And happy Sunday. You followed a few Frenchies recently and they didn't, but you pressured them and somebody did. Yeah, maybe I don't watch a lot of French streams, so like the community culture might be very different. I actually don't know. Okay, how do I do these? That's gonna be interesting. So we start with a 4x4, right? We could punch out these things, but we would have to do it in 4 steps. So if we're going to do that, it's going to be faster to just slice it. This is 32 voxels, this is 32 voxels, and this is 32 voxels. I think we can work on them independently, honestly. Well, yeah, is there any point? The white part here we could do with 2 punchings, which would leave us with like a 3x2x4, and then 2 3x1x2. Can I use them for anything? I could split the 3x2x4
Rank up.
to make this. Ooh, delivery target, nice. And I guess I could split the 3x1x2s. Sacre bleu, do people really say that? No, not in France. Hibi does sometimes? Interesting. Well, Hibi's in Belgium, so maybe in Belgium they do. Ironically, usually. Yeah, it's kind of dated, I would say. In France, at least, it's considered kind of old. An old saying. I think maybe in Canada they use it. In Quebec. I think in Quebec they do use it as a swear word. But in French, like, if you're gonna use Sacre Bleu, it's either like ironic or like you don't actually want to swear, so you're going to use an old swear word that has lost all of its swear kind of association. Like, I could see people using Sacre Bleu like as a substitute swear in front of kids or something. But really, that's it. Yeah, I think this one we might just be better off doing each shape separately. One production line per shape. Wouldn't be too difficult. So let's start with that one. We're going to want some space and some materials. Where do I do that? I mean, I can get rid of this entire thing, to be fair. Not gonna use it anymore, ever. Well, I say ever, I don't know that it's ever, but not in the near future, that's for certain. And so now we have a belt of cubes that we can experiment with. The most you heard it was in cartoons. Maybe Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, for me it's Captain Haddock from Tintin cartoons, which, like, it's one of his common swear words. And you know that, like, that's a kid's cartoon, right? So... if your kid's cartoon is gonna be like, oh, I have this character that swears and it has to be kind of family friendly, but it has to be a swear, so we're gonna be creative and use something that nobody really cares anymore about. Okay, so we are going 240 here. Can my belts even sustain that? I think my belts can't even sustain that. That's interesting. Can I upgrade the belts? Where are my belt upgrades? Crane reach, crane amount. Linked buildings amount. Oh, yes. Core facility. No, seriously, where do I upgrade belts? I have done it before. So there is a belt upgrade somewhere. Oh, conveyor speed. Ooh. That would require yellow. Interesting, so that's a pretty bad move then. Because I just can't use this machine at this speed. Okay. So how about I cut it in two? Which is my machine speed. I guess I kinda have to do that. And then I can take half of it, paint it black. Well, I'm going to take more halves because turns out my painting machine can't keep up with even half of that. So we take 60 per minute, we feed it to 2 monotoners, so we have 60 black blocks per minute and 60 white ones. Good. And now we need to cut them, right? I don't think we're going to be able to avoid this, yeah. 240, and that's gonna be like... Hey, that's more than one conveyor can handle. Oh! The splitters can handle that? Oh! Oh, wait. Well, I think that still works. But that's interesting. So the splitter isn't... Yeah, it's instant, so... I can just go through splitter to get my things faster. Fascinating. Another cutter. same thing. We need a splitter. And then... how do I do this? First of all, I think I remove that. I'm going to want... to assemble, so I take 60, right? I need to divide these in two again. You're making your first black and white module, nice! A meme module. Does it have sound? That's gonna be tricky. Right, so technically... this is a mess. You know what? I'm going to do it differently then. Because I really don't know how to handle... because, so, my issue is I'm going to want to assemble black modules and white modules. And I'm going to need like 4 different assemblers to handle all of this. And... I don't know how to do that, so might as well just have white modules. And then I'm going to have painters add the input of some of the assemblers. You hate it here. Aww. We're pulling because we love you, Hebe. Mm-hmm. It's a form of cute aggression. No? So 60 to 240. That's 120 per belt, but this can only take 60 per belt, right? I'm about to show you a form of aggressive aggression. They thought it was acute aggression, I think. Might be onto something here. Okay, okay. So we go to 8 belts. This is so much. But half of these are white. And then we merge. So we merge you two like this. And I guess we do the same for each of them, really. What's the module? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but alternated. Let's just flip that and flip that. So we get 60 input on each, we get 60 output. Oh. Wait, no, that should work. Why am I not getting anything? Oh. Yeah, he stopped feeding stuff. That would explain why everything's... like, you know, I don't have materials. Wait, what? Why? Game. Help me out here. Then we need to do the same again. I'm going to move that oil. Nom 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 nom. I hear nibbling. Hey Belin, how are you doing? 21% more Gouda for a grand total of 176% Gouda. Nice. And today didn't trigger the achievement thing erroneously. I don't know what happened the other time. I have no idea what happened. How am I today? I'm good. I'm pretty good. Thank you. Who are you? I've been walking about. How much did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to divide that by 2 again. So no, I have 30, I think, per minute, because this should be going half speed, given it's being fed half speed. But not to worry, we'll get that back on track real quick. How am I think I might like flush this upwards. Like this. No, no. Ah! What am I doing? Where am I even clicking at this point? That way I can do something like this. Because I'm going to have to do... Well, I don't know. That might be a terrible idea. We'll see. Because we have to do this. And that's like 240.
New module created.
No, it's not 240 because this is half speed, right? So this is 30 per minute multiplied by 4. So that's 120 per minute. That's basically a full belt. Yeah. It didn't do it a couple days ago either, so it looks like it was a one-time glitch. Okay. Yeah, I didn't Or maybe I noticed and then I forgot. I don't know. I know that some point I told myself I need to like, check how it's going. So this requires 60 per minute, which it's not getting. This is only 30. I think first I'm going to have my... Oh no, I can't. But I still prefer to have my furnace like this. So I may have another one next to it. There we go. That's my 60. Alright, so look at that. We are already at level 1. Second one. So we're gonna be taking out a 4x4. So I'm thinking, so this is basically a slice of a 4x4, right? With these two that are over here. So we could just punch the middle here, then slice, and then we reassemble. That sounds like a plan. How do I... I'm going to need more blocks, first things first. So let's do like a 2 furnace kind of thing. Like this. You can actually even have the furnace right here for that one. Here we go. Blocks. That's 120 blocks per minute. Well... Sure, I can do something like that and then go underground. Why not? Well, we're going to do the production line over here anyways, though. Right, so I'm going to want to take a block. And I want to punch the middle like that. So I keep this C shape and I'm removing this core. So over here I have the core and over here I have the C shape. Then I'm going to slice the core. So I have these 2 blocks and then the 1 block by itself. And of course I need a sorter I want to filter out, well, which one do I put in which direction? I'm not quite sure. I think I want to assemble the black part down here, so I'm going to want to filter out the black part, I think. So the core. Is that correct? Well, nope. Reset, skip, filter out. Right, so this is the black bit that I want to assemble with this, but I want to color it first, of course. How many am I getting? I'm getting 60 of each, so I'm getting 60 of each. So I'm going to need 2 monotoners to handle that. Well, I don't know that there's a good way to handle that in terms of shape. Of the production line. No? And then I want an assembler. Well... Sure. Can we perhaps, like... Right, so I have the modules. I can reassemble this part. Then we're gonna want to go slicey. Like this. And assembly, I suppose. How much do I get out of there? So this is a 60 to 40. This is a 2 assemblers job. And I'm too close again. And that's gonna be the same deal here, I think. Because this is 240 as well. Alright, so, you. This kinda reminds me of, you know, it's pâté croûte in French. I don't know how it's called in other languages. It's like you have a crust around with some jelly on top, and in the middle there's kind of a pâté filling. This reminds me of that. So these are going to be the end bits, and then we're going to assemble these with the other ones. Tilted and squints, yeah, maybe. No, look at this. Like this one, this thing specifically. It looks like slices of pate croûte one next to the other, doesn't it? Or have I finally gone crazy? It does? Okay. Good. I haven't gone crazy yet. I might actually flip that. Yeah. Because then I can take these two and assemble them together. No? So I can take this and that. Yeah. Into an assembler. Let's go.
New module created.
And now we need to take the outputs of this and this and do the same. So I'm probably going to move that a little bit. But first, let's figure out how we do that. This is going to need to flip so they're not feeding onto the same belt. Oh, I need my input. Yep. So is this working? I think it is. And so that's gonna be 120. Let's go. Which we now need to go feed over there. Hey Welsh Tiger, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello. Happy Sunday. Okay, yeah, I like that. I don't have much space to do the third module, do I? I mean, there's a ton of space over here, of course, but then I need to bring the blocks. How am I? I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, I'm having a nice Sunday. I even went outside today. Can you imagine? I went to the great outside. I know, I shouldn't say such scary things to chat. Talks of the great mythical outside. I wouldn't want to cause a panic. Come on. You can do it, Belt. Shudders. There is an outside. No, forget about it. Forget about it. No worries. It's a myth. It's a myth. I'm just kidding. Do not panic. Do not fret. Okay, so this is going across. Perfect. Taking 60 per minute. Let's have a look at the efficiency. Why is it so low? No, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense. It's getting lower and lower because we are reducing the throughput. Okay, so the third module. Oh, this one's gonna be interesting. How do I do this? Hey, 38 core, welcome in. Is this game worth buying? I am very much enjoying it, so I would say, in my opinion, definitely yes. It's very cozy. No pressure, no resource running out, no enemies or stuff like that. And I think what I particularly enjoy is it's very much going out of its way to do something that's original compared to most games of the genre. So the main thing is you're starting with these blocks that are 4x4x4 of material. And then you are, like, in this case, I'm punching out this section here in the middle. You can slice them. You can reassemble them, so I'm taking these two, assembling them together into this new module. Over here I'm taking like this black core and this white U shape, and I'm assembling them together. You can color the blocks that you have, etc. And so you can take all these elementary operations, and where a lot of the factory games that we're used to playing are about, hey, I have a recipe in an assembler or something like that, and then I'm going to figure out how to feed the products from this recipe to this other assembler that needs it. Here it's very much, how do I cut things, reassemble them, color them, so I can do the shape that I need to do at the end. So you have these modules that you need to produce, and I'm going to talk about why you need to produce them. But at the end of the day, you have these modules that you need to produce in a certain quantity or at a certain rate. And they can have different volumes. So you have a module volume. Here it's 32 voxels. It's not always the case. You have modules. This one is 88 voxels, right? And this one that's going to be produced at the same time as this one. So basically like these three are going to be produced together. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. This one's going to be 40 voxels. This one's going to be 88 voxels. This one's going to be 64 voxels. And so if you want to produce them at the same rate, maybe you're going to have to figure out how to transfer material from like one block line to the other module line, because you have like 4x4x4 that's like 64 voxels to begin with. And so if you have like, I don't know, 60 blocks per minute, that's the number of voxels per minute you have technically. And so if each module uses different numbers of voxels, then that adds complexity. So little by little like that, you have different colors, you have different volumes, different shapes, and you increase the complexity. And yeah, that's basically the whole game is about that. So of course you have the logistics that you usually have in these games. Of course you have all of that, but you have a very different approach to what I need to craft and why I need to craft it. And the way it's done means you have a choice. For example, here I'm producing hang on, I'm on the wrong module. So right now I'm working on a challenge. So I'm producing this module in this assembly line over here, right? So you see that at the end I end up with this module. And so the way I choose to do it here is to punch out the core. Then I have this 3x2 block. I slice a 2x2 that's going to become the core here. And the 2x1 that's going to become this little part. Then I color the 2x2 core. I reassemble it here in the middle in the U shape. And then I'm going to slice it into like 4 different slices here that I'm going to then take and reassemble with the other parts. I could have gone about it a completely different way. I could have been like, okay, let's remove all the black parts or empty parts from the 4x4x4 blocks and then figure out a way to fit the black part back in and figure out what to do with what I have remaining, right? That's a completely different approach, but that's totally a valid approach too. So I'm really, really enjoying that you have the freedom to have different assembly lines that do the exact same end product in a completely different way. It gives you a lot of creativity. Massively enjoying the game, and you're not very good at automation games, honestly. And yeah, there's that too. The tutorial was extremely well made. I was really impressed with the tutorial. The onboarding process in general is very explaining things step by step a lot. It results in a relatively long tutorial, and there's parts of it you could skip if you're familiar with factory games. But I really appreciated that it was very detailed in the onboarding in general. And there's, yes, so also something I was really impressed with is the quality of life stuff that they give you. Like from the get-go, you can copy, cut. These buildings don't cost anything to place, so it's... you don't have to wait for them to be produced. which is a lot of the time. For example, if you take a game like Factorio, if you don't have a good mold system, so a good factory to produce the buildings to make the factory system, then you're going to be spending a lot of time just waiting on stuff being made. And that can really slow down your game and hinder your progression through it. Which is not very fun when it happens. So you have to learn in a game like Factorio. Ooh, rank up, and I got an achievement for that. Reach rank 10. Nice. Yeah, so the rank up was I reached a goal. I reached enough XP to reach a certain rank, and we have these different islands, which are of relatively limited space, but each time you rank up, you have this ticket that allows you to buy new islands, and then you can interconnect them. You just unlocked the research tree. Why is it so big? It's quite big. It is quite big. I'm having a hard time finding my way around the research tree. I agree with you on that. There's a demo. Yeah, play the demo if there's a demo. I didn't know that. Thank you for mentioning it. Yeah, definitely try the demo. Absolutely. And then if you enjoy it, then you can buy it. But yeah, I can tell you, I played a stream of it last time and I was like, okay, when am I playing it again? And well, we're on next stream and I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it still. It's super cozy, lots of quality of life. You can cut, paste, copy, flip things around very easily. You have blueprints too, I just unlocked. Oh yeah, that's the blueprints tab. Okay. So yeah, very solid game. I haven't encountered a single bug yet. Well, no, that's false. I encountered a single bug. Where is it? Or did they fix it? There's a spelling mistake in one of these tech. There was an encoding error in one of the tech names. I can't find it. They might have fixed it. Oh yes, there was... that's true. There was a slight issue with the graphics glitching. Does it still do it? I think it was in the efficiency view, wasn't it? Well, like, the screen was flickering a little bit at times. It doesn't seem to do it anymore. So maybe they fixed it. I didn't think they updated it, but maybe they did. I'm not quite sure. So yeah, this view tells you about how efficiently things are running. We just upgraded a lot of the buildings, so a lot of the builds that you see are designed around a different building ratio. So that's why it's all very inefficient at the moment. And so yeah, so you have these big buildings that demand modules, different modules, to be producing items. So we have cores generally, processors, and then bots in general. and then also dies, yeah. And so if we come over here, yeah, so we are producing processors using cores, and bots using cores, and modules, of course. And the cores only use module. And so you have 3 different tech level, and from what I've seen, for each level, you have a type of core, a type of science, and a type of bot. And basically, that's what you have. It seems you have different types of bots. I don't know where that comes in yet. Maybe like later on, stuff that combines different types of bots from different science levels. And then for each level, so you start with gray, just white and black stuff, and then you unlock something that allows you to make blue dye, and so you can dye blocks blue, and that allows you to make the blue like science and bots. And then you unlock what allows you to make yellow dye, and that allows you to make things that are both black, white, blue, and yellow, right? And that's how you progress through the game. Those were a grand total of 2 complaints, a minor graphical issue and a typo. Yeah. Well, there is this thing that I'm not entirely sure late game. We won't have... Like, for example, you see this challenge modules. I've done this challenge, and then I completely ripped out the entire thing because it became useless. And actually, like, we have delivered all of these. I could rip out these 2 production lines completely. I don't need them anymore. So that's... There is this thing where it's like, yeah, you're making production lines. I'd like for them to have a way to stay useful once they're in place. And I'm not entirely certain, even for the bots and research stuff, that once you have reached your delivery targets, when you have reached level 10 for each of them, it's not just a case of, well, I'm done with that. No, I have to remove this entire part of my factory. Which, on the one hand, frees up some space to do other stuff, because you are very much space limited. But it's kind of a shame to have to rip out a part of your factory. Does it feel repetitive? Not very much so far. No, because when you want to redo... So, for example, for the blue science... you need to combine it with gray science. Where is it? Yeah, so this is where I do my blue science. So these 4 buildings output blue science. And they need gray data shards to combine them with the blue processors that I'm producing over here. So I need to have a gray science setup to feed the blue science, but because I am progressing throughout the game, once I reach that, I'm at a point where I'm like, actually, I think I could do the gray science much better and at a much higher rate than I was doing it. And so I'm just redesigning the thing, right? And because you're Tetrising the modules in different ways constantly, it keeps your brain working. Yes. And also, so that's one thing I was talking a little bit about earlier, that I enjoy in this game, and I also really enjoy in Alchemy Factory that I've been playing quite a lot lately. It's not just progressing through the tech, because you have this approach of cutting up modules and reassembling them differently. As you progress through the game, you start learning tricks of how you like to do it. And so you learn skills. And so when you progress through the game, it's not just that you've progressed in the tech tree and that you can do things differently, but it's also that you've progressed in terms of skills. And you're like, actually, how I did it back then was kind of stupid. I want to do it differently now. So you redesign stuff because you have refined your design skills. And so that keeps everything fresh, right? It's the same in Alchemy Factory. You unlock relatively few new blocks, but as you progress, you're like, oh, I'd like to go redesign this thing that I did a while ago. And actually in Alchemy Factory it's a problem because Alchemy Factory keeps making the parts that you've already designed a while ago irrelevant because you have new, better tech, right? In this game it doesn't. At least so far it doesn't. The science and bots you've made stay relevant for a long time. But where I do have a worry is whether, like late game, it's gonna stay relevant. Where were we working? Right, so we were working on that, and honestly, like, we can remove this already. We are finished with these. We have unlocked level 3. So I'm just going to rip this out and do this one. So, let's see. I want... no, not this at all. I want this. How do I do that one? Well, I could have... like 2 halves pasted together. The problem is we're going to need to cut out these 3 length blocks. I might have an idea. So maybe because they are 3 long, we could do a section of like 4 where we cut 3 and we shave off the one at the end. And then the one we glue it together to make this 2x2. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, so we have the block. I'm going to want a 3 and a 1. Okay. That's going to output 120 per minute. That's a belt. That's good. We will need to sort out which goes where. That's the 1. Let's say we filter out the 1. So the 1 goes straight. The 3 goes this way. We're going to want to split each of them actually. That's 60 for each of them. So that's fair. We're going to want to split them in 2. You had a lot of fun on this one. Yeah, it seems fun. And we're going to want to split this in two. Because we want half of it to be black, half of it to be white. Right? Or do I split in four? I could just split in individual 3 sections. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's more reasonable. Not reasonable, but overall better. So we get 60 and we get 240 out. You're having a headache trying to not spaghetti your modules all over the place. It is a little bit spaghetti. I think with the freighter you can probably unspaghettify later. But yeah. It is a little bit embrace the spaghetti time. Okay, so we want this like that. I might actually move this back a little bit. Or do I? We'll see. It's not immensely urgent. So, we have this. This is my 2x2. And over here we have... Okay, so we have half of them that we want white, half of them that we want black. Generally, we're going to alternate them, aren't we? We don't have to have this white monotoner, but I like it. Okay, so we get 3s. Mm-hmm. And then... Ooh. Well... Oops. So I messed up this one, didn't I? Is that the one? Black, white... No. I want them to be identical, basically. This should work. Yes, it does. For convenience, I'm going to flip that. And then we just assemble. Like this. So this is all going 60 per minute. Oh, wait a minute. That's not gonna work. So 240, 120 each, 60 each, but this is only doing 30. So we need to divide it again. Oh no. Then how about different ID? Okay, so we take these two, we face them like this. We take these two, we face them like that. So we're getting 240, so each input is getting 60. I mean, that's still 60 each, right? There's no going around that. You're so used to working wide, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, how about... Well, maybe I shouldn't have deleted all of that. That's not what I actually intended. I wanted to cut, but instead I went delete. That's fine. Okay. So I split... Each of them takes 30, so that's 60 that are being... I think I can handle this. Let's cut this. This is cleaner, I think. I don't like having this like that. This one I'm going to flip, so output is on the top. Alright. So now I have the white bits and the black bits. Nope. Ah, here we go. I can assemble them together. Yeah, that works a little better. I think. And then we assemble this. This needs to be rotated. Yes, to match the model. So we're getting all of this at 60 per minute. Right? Then we are going to split that. I'm kind of considering doing it over here. We want two of them together. Like that. And then we cut. We go slicey slicey. I'm going to flip that. I'm going to move that. Let's go.
New module created.
Let's go. So this is actually half speed. So this is gonna be 30 per minute, which means this is 120 per minute. So that's just a belt. Here we go. Challenge fulfilled. And pretty compact too. I'm relatively happy with what we have. Let's see. We should be able to unlock the Grey Nexus and the Lumite reactor.
Module challenge completed.
Another module challenge set completed. I'm excited to see your continual push for self-improvement. You're no longer just experimenting, your solutions show intent and control. The colony acknowledges its progress and has prepared a reward. Ooh, treats? No, not treats? Oh. Well, we have the cosmetic lamppost, I guess. Spawns deposited grey data shards. What? Output speed defined by connected conveyors. What? Oh, so... I'm not sure I understand what's going on here. But let's just unlock it. Whatever. And the Lumite reactor, which is going to unlock yellow science. Yellow pigment. What else do we need? Chemical plant, okay. Yellow paint. And this one, advanced assembler. Oh. I'm going to need a supply tank sends out... Okay, supply tank. Supply tank collects coolant made in the chemical plant. Advanced operators needed to stay operational. Assign supply drones from the supply tank to operators to distribute the coolant. Ah, I see. So of course we need to make coolant and unlock the advanced assembler. The advanced assembler has added capabilities. It can create 12 by 12 modules. Ooh. And has 3 available inputs. They still work using only 2 inputs. A higher max speed than a basic assembler, it can handle a higher throughput too. Advanced assemblers need to receive coolant from a supply tank to stay operational. Ooh. And so I assume that for the yellow things we're going to need that. Well, we don't have enough blue science yet. That's something we could be working on. More flexible cut settings. chemical plant level 2. Well, that's kind of separate. Oh, we can increase the data center speed. Interesting. More freighters. Is there anything else I'm going to need the gray science for? Not really. I think I unlocked all the gray tech. So why not? Okay, so that allows gray science to stay relevant for quite a while, I guess. I haven't tried the freighters yet. But it's definitely gonna be a way to ease on the spaghetti side of things. Okay, so we should make yellow paint, which is going to require the chemical plant, I think. And for that we're going to need the yellow pigment, I believe. I have unlocked an island where there was yellow stuff. Where is it? Yes, right here. Data shard salvager allows deposited data shard to be reintroduced in the factory. And okay, that's a chemical plant, freight hub, supply tank, advanced assembler. What do they mean by deposited? Is it like, oh, you send them in there and then you can take them from here? That might be the case. That would change things, wouldn't it? Because then it would allow us to be like, hey, I have a production of like gray science over here. I send them to wherever, like to the colony, and then I use a salvager, like, yeah, in here, and then I use a salvager to get it back somewhere else entirely. It creates gray charge. Interesting. That's gonna need a lot of modules, a lot of which we've made already, interestingly. Large basic bot assembly. I don't know why we would do that. Maybe when we want to... So I'm not sure what the deposited means. I think there's a... manual. Delivery goals. Complete these. Granular network. These massive buildings count on all your skills to construct. They require a huge amount of space to be placed and a lot of modules to be completed. Once a monument is constructed, it can be charged with data shard. The charged monument unlocks extra abilities later and will even be necessary to complete your end goal. You can only place one monument of each color. Oh, okay, so that's kind of a long-term thing. Salvaging. Trains. Yes, yes, yes. I have the freighter things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this vocabulary of depositing, what it means. But I assume it's what we sent to the colony. We'll have to test it, I suppose. So, where was that yellow stuff again? Right here. Wasn't there another one? Pretty sure. So, let's have a look at the minimap, actually. Right, so there's this. Okay, yeah, that's basically it. That's the entire map. Well, let's start with that then. So, we want the extractor. I assume we want 3 of them to begin with because they go by 3, I believe. Advanced refinery, yellow pigment. Yes, yes. So 8 solarite and 40 of each of these modules. For construction and 8 of each of these modules to produce, yeah, okay. So that would be 60 per minute. Let's see, where do we make the pigment? Let's try to make it over here. We'll see if we have enough space. We may not. If that's the case, then we might unlock this island. Well, actually, let's just unlock the island. Might as well. We'll have oil, we'll have everything we need. I think it's a more modular approach at the end of the day to have the stuff over here. So, first things first. Let's just send all the solarite across. There's no point holding back, really. Well, this should look a little bit better. All right. So, how do I make that pigment? You completely lost track of time. Yeah, that does happen. That's what happens when you have a good game, doesn't it? Actually, no, I'll leave it here. Alright, so we'll need blue paint because we need blue stuff to make the yellow. Do I make the blue paint locally? I might as well, right? I think it's worth doing. We have all we need over here to make blue paint, so... basic refinery, blue pigment. Right, so these are all 64 voxels. We do need twice as much of these as these. I have an idea. I could do these two together. And then just have a few extra steps from this to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to even... You're in trouble, oh no. Have a great night, Evie. Good night. I think we're going to assemble these sheets in high volume. And then we're going to be using them to make all the rest. So we'll want, like, if we have, let's see. In the production, we want as much hexacrystal as these ones. So we're going to want like the 32 version of hexacrystals. So hexacrystals, if we are producing... how much? Oh, there's yellow here too, I didn't notice. Let's try to arrange them in a way that allows me to connect all. Okay, I think we should be able to work with... Wait, no. That's a yellow. Not a blue. Yellow goes there. Okay, so we're going to have blue on the outside. Is gonna be my strategy here. You go there. While you go here. You can rejoin over there. And you merge. While blue comes over here. Like that. Okay. So blue we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 20. So we have 120 per minute of blue stuff. That means we want 120 per minute of that. And that means I'm going to produce one. Let's see. So these two are basically the same step as that. So 1, 2, 3, I think. 3 times 120. Is that correct? Because this is 1 sheet, this is 2 sheets, and these 2 sheets cut in half produce that as a byproduct. Yeah, so that's 3 sheets like that at 120 per minute. Okay. So, let's see. A cutter that cuts in 4. That's the question, isn't it? Do I cut in 4 and then reassemble? Or do I assemble and then cut in 4? I think I assemble and then I cut in 4. So can combine 3 shapes. Well, technically I'd like to combine 4 of them. So we are just going to go 2 levels of assembling. So you're going to be assembling 2 blocks. You assemble the 2 blocks into a sheet. And then you slice the sheet 1 thin. If you take 60, you're going to have like 60 times 4. And technically we said we want 120 times 3. So that would be 60 times 6. So we want 1.5 times that. Which basically means we just add 1 layer, but we're going to half feed that layer. I'm just going to go like that for the sake of simplicity. It's not going to be perfectly efficient in terms of machine use, but we don't need to be perfectly efficient in terms of machine use. You're gonna be going one wide. Well, it's not going to let me until it has the block, because it wants the orientation. But yeah, basically you're going to be producing 240. I'm just trying to think. I know. So I need 120 like this. I need 60 black and 60 white. Wait, if I need... So this is gonna be 240, isn't it? Why do I need twice that? Am I getting completely confused? Am I being silly? Probably. Let me rethink that. So, I am producing 120 die. You are going to want 120 black sheets to go with that die. Yeah. And you're going to want 60 of these and 60 of these. In terms of volume, they're all equivalent, right? So if I produce 120 sheets, I need to produce 3 times that, actually, to produce everything. So yes, 1.5 cutter. That's correct. But I think this can all be black. And then we can have like the white half produced here. Yeah. The issue is my monotoner is only going at 30 per minute. So even if I put them at the input, I would need to dedouble my inputs already. Oops. That's what this would need. Not very practical, is it? Is there any way I can do better? I mean... It's... Yeah, I think there is. Because I'm combining stuff in these stages. So here I just have 60. So it's just 2 dyers. 2 monotoners. So that's the best place to dye stuff. Yep. So if that's black and that's white, out of here I have like 240. half of this goes directly to the building, and the other half goes to the rest. Then I can paste together a black and a white sheet. Yeah, that's gonna work. I feel it. I paste together a black and white sheet. I'm going to need to cut it in half because it's this size and I want it this size. I might have to double this. Right, I think we need to feed this. I'm making no sense, I feel. Or very little of it, at least. This is gonna need quite a production rate, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, technically, yeah, 6. Because this is half speed. But yeah, that's quite the amount of ore. That's gonna be required here. Furnace here, that's perfect. All right. Each of these produces 30, so that's 120, that's a full belt. And a full belt just feeds that assembler. Yeah, it's gonna be a hungry build. But let's start just feeding it at a low rate for the moment. Shall we? Oh, I forgot about that one. Derp. Okay, so you assemble. Same for you. And well, same for you, really. Can't I just copy paste? Yeah. You. You assemble. So I have these big bulky things. In this case they're black, in this case they're white. I can now slice them into sheets. So black sheets, white sheets. My black sheets are coming in here. So this is twice that, isn't it? Which I can cut in two. And then half of this. Can be sliced again. But in two. Or do I? That's a good question. I could split before. I could have my splitter right here. So you split in two, but you... Are we good now? Split in four. Which is that one. This I have 240 at the output, which is too fast for a belt. Fair enough. But I can then split, reassemble. Like this. And then the question is how to compact that a little bit. I could take this, have it something like that. This can probably be flipped. Well, no, maybe not actually. Because if I do that... then I guess this works, right? I have all three modules. Now the question is the rate. So, you are producing... basically 60 big slabs. I have 60 black slabs and 60 white slabs. That's 240 black slabs, half of which go there, so that's 120, half of which go there, that's 120. But I only use 60 here, which I'm not sure is what I should have. Because I have my 60 white slabs, so 240 white sheets. I produce 60 of this entire thing. So, yeah, I need to double that part. This needs to be doubled. Okay, so I could move this upwards. That would help a little bit, because then I can move this over here. This can be my output, but this... Right. So at least this is all in line with itself. So that one takes 60 and it receives 120. That's my main problem here at the moment. How about... Is it gonna be cursed? Probably. Dang it. Is it gonna work? Apparently not. Again, I can't jump around with that technique. So how do I do that? Well, first things first, I need the second one of these. So let's copy. We will need to shift things forward anyway. That might actually give me enough space to do it. Yeah, so we'll need that anyway. Which does mean that technically... Wait, do I? This is producing 60 per minute. That's twice the amount I need, isn't it? I'm so confused. Come on, Alistair. So I need 120 per minute of that. This consumes 60 per minute of this. No, I don't need 120 per minute of that. I need 60 per minute of this. Yes, so I can keep... This consumes this machine, and that's all it needs. Oh, but wait. Yeah, this consumes this machine, and I need the same amount. Right. I need the same amount to be cut in tiny little slices and reassembled. So I need this second machine that I can cut and reassemble. Okay. But what it does mean is that This is just a machine. And then I can take this one and be like, hey, that's your... Well, no, because there's gonna be belts in the way. Come on. That's your other thing. And then my output can just be like that. Okay, so hopefully that works. And that should be my output, which is gonna be 60 per minute. And that's exactly what I want. So this makes... Well, technically this makes twice as much as I need here. And this produces 60 sheets per minute, converted to 240. Okay, that's... That machine consumes this entire machine, but I need half of that machine. That's the thing, I need half of that machine. So why am I adding a second machine that's going to be working half of the time too? Because this requires 120, this produces 240, so I need half of that machine too. That's where I'm confusing myself. Wow, I'm not processing at full power today. So I really don't need that machine. I don't think I do. I need this to be producing at 60 per minute. That's going to go in here at 30 per minute times 2. That's going to be 60. And in here at 30 per minute times 4. That's going to be 120 per minute. And I actually need 60 per minute of each of these, so this might actually be twice the rate I require. Yeah. I need to get this backed up a little bit. No? I said backed up a little bit, that's better. And then we fix the bets. Hopefully we're good. We need 120 of each. That means 15, 30, 45, 60. Wait, is that 8? Oh my gosh. That would be 8 cranes each. I'm going to need several buildings for that. Because I have 4 products at 8 cranes each. That's like 24 cranes. I can only afford 12 per building. So that's 2 buildings. We need 2 pigment refineries to go with that. Well, actually, maybe I do a little bit of that. Wait, no, that's... No. That's not 8 of each. That's 8 of these, so that's 16. Plus 4 of each of these two, right? Yeah. So that's 16 plus 8. Well, that's 24. I had miscalculated, so we're fine. Right. So let's say maybe we have like 4 over here. Four on the side. And then 4 in the back, perhaps. That could work. Or we could have like 4 in the middle for each of them. Can 2 of these? That's a good question, actually. Can 2 of these have cranes that overlap? No. Oh, wait a minute. No, don't do that. Not yet. So I'd need at least a space, well, 2 space in the middle of these 2 buildings if I wanted to do that. That would allow me to maybe have this... Basically to not have cranes in the back. So we could, for example, have over here the black sheets. Like that. This would work. Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? No, did it? No, it didn't build them, did it? Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so these could be the black sheets. And then I could have... one of them do this, the other one do something like that. This can be a this can't be a splitter. This can be a splitter. We can have underground over here. Well, that works. Yeah. I think that does work. Your brain hurts from the demo. There are so many possibilities of saucers, fried spaghetti on your island. Yeah, it is for sure a game that's not easy on the brain. Because of these possibilities, but that's what I enjoy. You see, it's like you have so many possibilities for creativity. It's like, yeah, go express yourself and like create a build that's however you want it to be. Really, I really appreciate that. For example, I'm having a very bad idea at the moment. So how about we take all of these, we go like, hey, we place them, I don't know, over here maybe? Why not? Could we possibly... I mean, yeah, we could fit that this way, couldn't we? Mm-hmm. And then we do that. And then we do a little bit of this. And overall, like, kinda reduces the footprint, doesn't it? I could even, honestly, like, take this like that. Oh, yeah, no, that works. I go that way. You wish it was similar to Satisfactory, where it shows what your current output per second is. So it kinda does, in a way. it tells you, like, if you feed it this much, that's how much you output. These buildings tell you, well, these ones are not built yet, but these buildings do tell you the expected output, the estimated output, and later on there is a counter that you can unlock. I have a few, where do I have them? Let me see. Is it over here? Yes. So over here I have a counter that actually looks at the throughput on the belt. And you have efficiency view that allows you to see if your building is running at 100% speed, 75% speed, 50%, 25%, or if it's completely stopped. So you have ways that you unlock throughout the game of better estimating the efficiency of your system, if that makes sense. So you don't get it straight away, but you do get this possibility. Yeah, I think that's kinda cool. And then we'll need the blue. We'll need to feed the blue to that. Let's take this entire thing. We can move it, I don't know, over here maybe. Let's remove that. So this wants 120, this wants 120. This wants 120. And this is 120. So I'm going to need 3 times that, and that's a belt speed. 120 is basically an entire belt. At this point in the game for me. So I want 3 belts of stuff. Right. Let's see about that. Maybe I go like this for that one. Four, 4, 4? Yeah, sure. Let's go. Okay. Next. What's my next supply of... Well, I suppose it's here. I suppose it's here. So. We're going to need 2 skylines for that. And here we go. Yes, it does go through here. No, that's wide. Okay. So that's 1. And I need 4 of them. Hey Infinity, how are you doing? You joined a while just from the phone. Didn't say hi, did I? I don't think you did. No, that's your first chat today. How are you doing? One, two, three, and a 4th. Oops. Good, good, good. So that's another 120. This should be going full speed now. Auto upgrade, please. Thank you. So, I need these now. I can't go below that, can I? No, not really. Didn't expect so. I could braid it. That's a possibility. Sure. You're doing a little bit better than the day before and probably after. Oh, I'm sorry you've been feeling bad. How am I doing? I'm doing very good, actually. I have been doing okay. Bit sleep deprived because, well, my sleep issues unfortunately are what they are. But other than that, I am doing very good. So well, no, it wouldn't be useful. But I think we can braid underground belts with themselves. Contrary to Factorio, for example. Like they're a unit. The input and the output is a unit, so you end up being able to have a braid with a single type of belt. So if you're confused by what I'm talking about with braiding, it's a technique that's known in Factorio as braiding. Which consists in having belts hop over each other, basically. So in Factorio you can do it like you can have red belts hop over yellow belts and blue belts hop in between. So basically it's doing something like this, right? Where you're going to be like this. And so all of a sudden I'm transporting 3 belts in a space where I would normally be transporting 1 belt. Right? And of course they can go opposite directions, etc. And so that allows you very, very compact transport. The cost that it's a lot harder to read what's actually happening and to debug and to see where things are going, you know. Okay, so I think right now if we just set up drones, this should be going. So, this blue pigment, what do I do with blue pigment again? So for the yellow pigment, I need blue paint, right? And I need a paint mixer, isn't it? A dye mixer, yes. I need a dye mixer that creates paint using pigment and oil, yes. So currently I'm producing in this thing 60, is it? Apparently 60 blue pigment per minute. Oh yes, because I divide by 2 and I provide 120. Okay. So this should be producing 60 pigment per minute. Wait, no. I'm providing... $15, $30, $60, $120 divided by 8 multiplied by 4, isn't it? So divided by 2, I should be producing 60 here. Why am I not producing 60? So I need 4... I have 4 inputs of this one. And I need 2 inputs of each of these. Which I do have. Well, let's see. I have 4 cranes, 4 cranes, 2 cranes, 2 cranes. Okay, so I have 2 cranes at 15 per minute each, that's 30 per minute. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I don't know how I calculated that otherwise. Yeah, so that's 30, 30, that's 60. Great. Alastair can count. So this is producing 60 per minute. So 15 is 2, 30 is 4, 60 is 8. So I have enough to feed 8 die mixers. Of course, to feed 8 die mixers, I'm going to need to provide them with both a dye and oil. Let's see. Right, so this wouldn't work. I need to move this. I need to move it, move it. I think that could work. So if we say, okay, this is my... oh, well, the last one isn't required. I'll remove it. Right, so all of these are my dyes. Now I need tunnels for the oil. So that's what I expect to build, isn't it? That's a little bit bigger than what I thought it would be. I mean, I can get one further back, possibly. But then I'm against the wall on this side. Ew. Not great. I could make it work like this. We said we produce 60 per minute of this, so we're going to need 60 oil per minute. Okay, good, good, good. I can actually probably upgrade the oil rig at this point. I think I was waiting on the science to do that, but... Oh, or the dye mixer. Ooh, that's an elf. Welcome in. The elves are here. We painting heads together and had fun transforming the elf mermaid. Ooh. How did it go? How was Paranoma site? Yeah. How was the stream? I looked a little bit before I started streaming, but I was out most of the day, so I only had the opportunity to see your model a little bit. Welcome in everybody, how are you doing? Happy Easter! Hey Gra, hey Guppy! Hey Professor Mo, hey Elf of course! Chat eggs, oh! Gilroy egg, Pulse egg, Polben egg, Yuki egg, Wariza egg, oh! I really like the Wariza egg, it's very cute. And hey Polstation, how are you doing? Welcome in everybody, how was the stream with Elf? If it's your first time here, perhaps, welcome in, I'm Alastor. I play a lot of factory building games, colony building games, city building games, puzzle games, these types of things. And today we're playing Modulus, which is a factory building game that just came out. And that's super interesting because it goes very much away from the paradigm of games like Factorio and Satisfactory, where you have recipes and you set a recipe in a building and you just like have to route things from one building to the other. Of course, you have belts and stuff like that. But in this game, you have blocks and you can paste them together and you can cut them and you can dye them and you have to produce different shapes with different colors assembled together, which are called modules. And so you need to produce all these modules and you get to decide how you cut things, how you assemble them, when you paint them, when you don't. And so that gives you a lot of creative freedom in how you decide to make your assembly line. And so it becomes a lot more about how I want to do things, and a lot less about there's one single way to do things, right? And I really enjoy that aspect of the game. You're a little bit concerned about calling them eggs. You're sure it has a fully harmless and wholesome reason? Well, because chatos are good eggs, right? And they're slightly egg-shaped, all of them. So yeah, welcome in. If you do need to raid and run, don't worry. I absolutely understand. But if you want to stay here and enjoy this very cozy factory game for a while, you're perfectly welcome to do so. We're making paint. We are on a journey to making yellow paint. There are 3 basic technology levels. Gray, blue and yellow, and so when you go from gray, where it's all black and white, to blue, you need to produce blue paint. And when you need to go from blue to yellow, you need to produce yellow paint. Although, to produce yellow paint, we need to run this building, and this building needs these 3 modules, which need blue. So we'll need blue paint to make yellow paint, right? So that's what I just did. I just designed a blue paint factory, which is going to be making, well, actually quite a lot of blue paint. Especially since I just upgraded the dye mixer. So yeah, that's going to be a huge amount of blue paint. I was looking at the tech tree. So yeah, you use like gray, blue, and yellow research to unlock stuff in the tech tree. Oh, we could increase the tunnel distance. I forgot about that. We can increase the speed of the skylines, yes please. Oh, and we can increase the speed of the ore rig, that's what I was looking for. Right. So we have done most of the blue upgrades. A lot of the gray upgrades. And so now we need to make yellow. Elf multiplies by turning chatters into eggs. That's why Elf is a duck, isn't it? I see, I see. Alright, so we are going to need to produce these 3 different modules. Is there a ratio? No, it's just a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio, isn't it? So let's have a look. So we have basically like 4x4 continue with these 2 bits in the middle. And here the bits are on the side, I see. And then this is white and blue stripes. I'm a physicist, yes. My field of work is about stuff like the laws of gravity and space and whatnot. I'm working on material science and statistical physics. So, like, how to transfer, well, how energy is transferred and how particles, for example, react to certain types of forces and how you can manipulate them like that. This kind of stuff. I don't really work with stuff like gravity and things like that. And yeah, how materials are structured or get ordered, disordered, what is order, what is disorder, these types of questions. Phase transitions, this kind of stuff. Your internet was gone, oh no. This was close timing after the stream. Yeah, it's actually lucky you raided just before your internet died. How are you doing, Elf? How was stream? I'm happy to have you with us today. So we have, 40-24, interesting, it's imbalanced. Manual energy transforming into heat or electricity. Yeah, more like work and heat and entropy. And how this all works with dynamic systems, especially. It's very well understood what you learn in thermodynamics at school. So first law of thermodynamics, this kind of stuff, is all things that describe static systems, basically. Systems that are always running the same. But as soon as you start talking about systems where your forces are varying and this kind of stuff, then in theory none of that is valid. So there's a whole field of research about understanding how we can understand better the energy transfer between dynamic systems, and how to better drive a system to do it more efficiently with wasting less of the energy, but with certain criteria of speed and stuff like that. Because that's important for a lot of things we do, to understand how we can make a system move and shift from one state to the other, and the dynamics of it, right? In other words, he's just waiting to publish his general Waxwell solution, skipping back so other humans are ready for it. Still stuttering even though, guess you go have dinner first. Yeah, have a great dinner, Elf. And yeah, very lucky you ended when you did. I'm glad your internet didn't start being weird while you were streaming. It's always a very bad time when that happens. Okay, so how do we do this? I guess... Well, is there a way we can... Like with the upgraded cutters and assemblers and stompers... I don't have enough data shards to unlock them. I'm kinda curious what additional capability they have. Because if they are more capable, if we can do like weird shapes, etc., then it might be interesting to use them, because if we go back and look at this, well, okay, so there's the fact that this is shifted, right? Compared to this. But essentially, like, this and this put together from 2 layers of a block. Well, of a double block, I guess. So if we were able to like remove that or something like that from like a quarter block, it would probably be very helpful. The theory different than reality. You heard that math is absolute, but there are variations in physics. It's more like the models we use are not always accurate, and using a very accurate model is not always practical, so, you know. If your model is very accurate but impossible to calculate the results of, then it's useless. So, in theory, like, you could do more stuff by calculating quantum interactions and doing quantum physics. But if you go any larger like that, than like even a relatively small molecule, it's completely impossible to calculate anything. So you have to have simpler models, but these simpler models are gonna be less accurate. You're already bad at math, so if there was also a chaotic aspect added, you'd die. It is an experimental observational part that math does not have, but it's not like there's necessarily one way for math to be. Yeah, I mean, you need to choose a manageable abstraction that still gives right enough results. Yes, there's that. And there's the fact that, yes, at the end of the day, physics is the domain of observing the real world, or science, well, material science, I guess, physics, biology, this kind of stuff, chemistry, is observing the real world and trying to find models that allow us to predict if I do this, what's gonna happen, or if I want this to happen, what do I need to do, right? And for that we need to use math. But math also is an abstraction of the real world at the end of the day. Math is, hey, I observe these phenomena and I need to be able to count stuff and things like that. And so we have developed layers and layers and layers of abstraction to allow us to do that. But at its core, math is geometry. It's these kind of things that you can trace on a paper or in the sound and observe. You wonder that you'd been good at math, there had been better circumstances, you know, we all have our own strengths. But you also know that with something like math, if you miss something at one point, it's gonna impact understanding of everything else. Yeah, it's also like somebody that might be teaching you math might be explaining it in a way that you don't relate to. And sometimes just having somebody else explain the same thing with a different perspective, you could be like, oh, that makes so much more sense, you know, because they have a different way of approaching the problem. I had an interesting thing I talked about with people when I was training for teaching, which was about the fact that if you look in history at great mathematicians, you have a lot of them that explain to you that if they don't see a geometrical explanation to a problem or an equation, they cannot understand what it means, right? And for a very, very long time, math was just geometry. It was stuff you could draw. And nowadays, to some degree, a lot of math still is, but not entirely. Some things would be very, very hard to draw. And you have some others that tell you that if there's not a beautiful equation that they can understand, then the geometry means nothing for them, you know? So it's this kind of things that you have different ways to approach and understand things, and not everybody relates in the same way to everything. So sometimes being like, oh, I was so bad at math at school might just be I didn't connect with my teacher at the end of the day. And maybe another teacher, you would have been great because you would relate very well to how they were explaining, and you'd enjoy it. And also there's a big factor of maturity. Sometimes if you came back to it, maybe you'd do a lot better because you would have the maturity to understand it a lot easier. I missed some stuff. I was talking too much. Math and abstraction of the real world, that may be why when people arrived at it, but one may be of a very different opinion there. Keep telling your theories that the representation of thoughts, concepts, and models plays a central role. Yeah. Hey, Just Edris, how are you doing? Welcome in. Slightly late, right? Yeah, that's fine. No worries. How are you doing? Teacher's very important. You don't know why France has a problem with maths, especially middle school. Your teacher was sadistic, and then you got a depression. You'll be done to do exercises nowadays, but it needs to be free. Yeah. Yeah, a few years ago I was teaching math class for adults who didn't get the baccalaureate for one reason or another and wanted to go into university, so they had to get an equivalent of the baccalaureate basically. And so I was teaching them high school math. It was fun. It was actually fun. Okay, so let's go back to this. So we have an L shape, and then a 2x2. Maybe that's the right way to approaching it. To have... Or I could say I have this C and this 2x2. And then I can paste it wherever. That's not a bad idea, maybe. Do I have enough? I think I might need the stamp. Okay, so Advanced Cutter gives you more precise options. You can manually decide where to cut between every voxel. Ah, okay, so you can have... You don't just have to have a regularly spaced... Ah, that's cool. The top tip to avoid chaos, consider using the sorter after this one. Yep. Advanced cutters need to receive coolant. Yes. Can perform 2 stamps of different directions in one operation. Oh, interesting. Oh, you got a depressed teacher. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, teaching can be hard. Especially, I think, in high school and stuff, because you have a lot of kids that don't really necessarily care. It's very hard to teach to somebody when they don't want to learn. Okay, so yeah, I think that's gonna be our approach here. Do we color before or after? Probably before. So we're going to want... painter. And I guess a monotoner. Then we're going to cut each of them in two. Maybe before I do that, I want to assemble the shapes. So I can have a long module like that. Yeah. And so I can have like half and half here. Well, that's the issue, isn't it? So if I paint it blue, I slice it, let's say in like vertically, whatever. Then I'm going to want like half of them to be like this and half of them to be like that. So I'm going to want to divide it in two and punch half of them, I believe. Yeah. But before I do that, this needs to head back a little bit, like this. I don't remember that quote. I don't remember saying that. I'm not saying I didn't say it, but I really don't remember it. Okay, so let's we need modules. We need modules. Let's get modules. I want a skyline, please. So, this is 120 speed now. That's nice. Probably I want to shift that a little bit. Uh-huh. You think it was with the sausage and companion eating scene? Yeah, probably. That would make sense. That would make sense. The little cooking companion scene. This is 60, yeah, 120 with that. I need to flip this. And here we go. Perfect. So that's gonna be 120 blocks per minute. Not that it really matters right now. The only thing that really matters right now is that we get a feel of what's going on, right? So I think first things first, we assemble it into a big block that's like the general shape of this, right? Half of these big blocks are gonna be blue, half are gonna be black. And next, well, I'm going to want to slice them this way first. I'm going to get 120 per minute, yeah, I guess. Well, I think I'm going to get half of that, honestly. Yeah, let's do this first. And the other side is going to be for the base plate. Oh, wait, no. Well, we need to do half and half still. So we'll need like the base plate half and the other side. No, pedestal, please. So let's say, for example, the center is the base plate. And then on the outside, we can do the processing, right? And then at the end, we remerge everything together, I think. So the base plate just needs to be cut, to be sliced horizontally, really. Ah, yeah. Okay, so we slice this in half. We slice that in half. So that's my base plate. Very easy. This part. I need to punch out the 2 here. Oh, and that's where I'd like an advanced stamper, isn't it? I guess I can just have 2 in a row. Might as well. And over here. Okay, so here I get 60. This gets 60, produces 240. That might be more than a belt can handle at the moment, I think, yeah. So that's gonna be a problem. definitely, that we're going to need to deal with. This is going to take... Well, no, wait. Yeah, no, it does produce 120. So this takes 60, produces 60 of each. And so here I get 60, here I get 120, here I get 240. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can go out the sides. Let's see. Well, this is gonna be difficult. How do I do that? So, well, first of all, I didn't really think that through, because now I need to reassemble the base plates with the bits on the sides here. So I might want to actually like flip them this way. Something like that. So that's a first thought. Second thought, we have these shapes. We can assemble them. And then to make this, we just need to slice it.
New module created.
There we go. So we've created that module. So now we just need to paste, like slice the bits, paste them on the plates, and all that good stuff. That's a very explicit, I know. And so that's what I'm trying to think of how to do this in a way that doesn't extend too long. I mean, I could. It's not a huge deal. Maybe longer is okay. Maybe a long module is fine. I don't quite know. But yeah, the problem we're going to have here is that we get 240. So we're going to have to split it at minimum once. Because my belts can only support 120 items per minute. And over here we get 120 of these bits per minute. And a cutter can only cut 60 per minute, so we also need to split it. But then once we do that, we'll need to slice this, and when we slice this, each of them is gonna be 240 again, and that's gonna be a mess. Well, let's see. So how do we deal with these 240? Well, first things first, we split. Ooh. I was hoping this I would be able to do this everywhere. Yeah. That's not gonna quite work. Well, we can push that further because we know that these sides are gonna be longer anyway. So maybe, just maybe, we can go one wider somehow. And then we can do this. The question is, what do I do here? Well, oh, I might have an idea. It's probably a very bad idea, but I'm going to do it either way. Yeah, why not? I don't hate it. Okay, so we have base plates. And then we have the knobs. And I need to paste all the knobs on top of the base plates. On each side. I think we're going to need to go wider. Most definitely. Because we said we need 240 per minute. That's 60, 120, 240. Yep. That's how many I need. Oh, and I need 2 steps of that too. Oh no, I hate it. Yeah, of course I do. This build is gonna be super wide. Okay, so I mean... I'm going to need 2 steps of pasting stuff, right? Oh, unless I do advanced... Unless I go advanced assembling. And then I can paste the 2 nubs on each of them. And then I can just have 4 advanced assemblers. Is it worth it? Might be. Because that's already a lot of boilerplate. So maybe... yeah, maybe... Though this only processes 30 per minute, not 60 per minute. So I'd need 8 of them. There's no way. Nope, I'm going with my 2-step thing. I don't care if it's super wide. We'll find a way, but I'm going with my 2-step thing. It needs to be wider, doesn't it? I think it does. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to... oh, dang it. It will place all of them. Yeah, because my splitter is going to need to go in these spaces. Or I could... hang on. No, I don't have to go that wide. I could go wider this direction. I think at least. Let's try it. Wait a minute. No. We need to get them back closer. I think that's the width. Okay, so no. No, I have the space to fit in the splitters. Aha. Okay, okay. And so over here we're going to need to do basically the same thing, but with the base plate behind. Let's move that a little bit to somewhere I can work with. If I go longer, is there a way I don't have? Don't think so. We can try, but I don't think so. For the sake of it, for now, we're going to pretend it goes longer. So if I go like one longer, then my underground can be here. Then I don't have to have an underground anymore. But I still need, like, I still can't fit the splitter and the belt here, so I still need to go 4 wide, which is basically what that's gonna entail here, right? We're going to need to do something like this. So we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap behind the thing. And over here, I guess it's a little bit more compact because we need the 4 gap behind the thing. But if I really wanted to go as thin as possible in this direction, then I'd want to go one more tall. Because then I could do something... 3 tall? Yes, 3 tall. So this entire thing disappears. You can be like this. Nope. And then I could have an underground here. And then I'd only have the 2 gap in front, but it would be like a lot taller. I go 5 wide per thing. Hey El, how are you doing? Meet to you. So it's a question of choosing which kind of design I want. Do I want a design that's tall but not too wide? A design that's... Well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra space, or 1, 2, 3, 4 extra space, or 1, 2 extra space. Considering that in this case, I think I can also compactify a lot of that. You're sick in bed, but streams helps, so thank you. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick. I hope you get better quickly, but I'm glad I can at least help a little bit. I think I might want to go with that. Let's try to see if I can fit it. Also... this is kinda stupid. Oh no. I would have to have it come from the top. If it doesn't come from the top, it's... Oh, that's a mess. I hate that. I have to go wider if it doesn't come from the top. Ah, why? Oh, but wait. If I'm gonna do that, I might as well just... do this, right? Okay, new ID. New ID. We do this. How do we get the materials out? Well, the easiest way would be to have something like this. And then to go like that, right? That could actually work. I wish we could get rid of these to space. But I mean, I don't hate this. And then we have a second stage. Can we integrate the second stage in this? I bet we can. Hang on. If I take a bit more space. For now, I'll forget the output. Copy this. Paste it here. Oh, I get a good feeling about this. I have a really good feeling about this. Let's see. Let's imagine... Yeah, totally. And this could go all the way. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I guess you are going all the way over there. I like it. Yeah, demolish it. Demolish it all. Right, so that would be input. For now, I replace all the belts with underground, and then we can make them belts again. Oh, that's interesting. That's too short. Though... That's a consideration I didn't have. I can't really because I don't have... I'd need to merge and I don't really have the space to merge. So either I go linearly more compact and I can push this up by 1. But then to go out, I have to have a tunnel out, and so I go one wider. Or I stay like this, and then I can just have a belt out or whatever. I think for now, let's try this. And we can always double it up if we want to. Because we have like basically 2 sets of inputs anyway. So whatever, we can always have 2 of them side by side. I'm not a fan of the concept that this doesn't appear to tile. It might make sense actually. That might be my fault. Okay, what we can do is we can take this like that. Uh-huh. Right. Well, a lot of these could honestly be replaced just by belts. But it's fine. It kinda gives it a spaceship aesthetics. So if we move this like that, how would this do? Yeah, that would fit perfectly in here. And then we could take this entire thing. And paste it again. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm game. I'm game for that. So let's try to make it work. Real quick. Okay, so we have this. And we want to paste over there on the edge. And then we have this. And we want to paste, nope, over here on the edge. So I copy paste the recipes. Uh-huh. Right, so maybe over here we can underground most of the stuff. So that we can merge. Our two outputs. Or honestly, it would just be better if I did it properly from the get-go. That makes things so much easier, doesn't it? The thing is, we're going to need the same module on this side, but flipped. And, well, we don't really have space for that over there. So... can I copy this entire thing, perhaps? Is there more space over here? Well, there's more space if I put it, like, all the way behind. Which I guess is a valid way to approach the problem. Well, these trees are annoying. So let's get rid of them. Yeah, for precisely that reason. I just removed the machine. Instead of removing a tree. Right. Okay. So, let's... guess all of this. Flip it. Oh no. It's gonna be short, isn't it? I mean, on the one hand, yes. But also, it's not in the way of the machines either, so I can probably work around it. So let's see. We want this, and I guess that. Over here. You can be there. Time for braiding? I think it's time for braiding. I'll need at least 2 if I want to start a braid. How can I arrange that? I think it needs to be one further, which is not necessarily the best for me. That said... No, we don't really have extra space over there. Where does this go? Oh, that's my... That's my paint feed. Which I guess could go a little bit more to that side. So I could get one more space. Let's try to shift everything up by 1. Okay, so let's assume that's my braid start. Uh-huh. Well, that's where it has to end. So this cannot be part of the braid, but this could. Although, if this does, then this has problems. So how about this one? It's the same problem, isn't it? Braiding is hard. Braiding is hard. The problem here, if you've not followed, is that I have 2 machines that produce items at 240 per minute, which is a huge rate. So I cannot... I just can't feed them all on a single belt. So I have to split right afterwards because the splitter goes at infinite speed basically. So I can have two belts. My belts go at 120 per minute, so two belts that can cope with the flow. But then I have 4 belts of stuff that I need to send to these machines. That takes a lot of space, so I'm trying to see if I can compact that. And it's not going very well. As you may have noticed. The other solution would be to take this 60 per minute feed and to shave off the layers one by one. Then we wouldn't have to worry so much. That's not necessarily a bad idea. It would save me some trouble, but it would make the thing longer. And I don't like the thing being longer. Oh. Alright, can I, like, without braiding or shenanigans like that, can I actually just manage to feed the stuff? So that's my base plate input. Why didn't any of these get copied? I don't quite know. So the knobs. The little knobs I can have here. That can probably work. Oh wait, no, that's the output. Oops. That's fine. Which does raise the question, where does the output go now? Well... No, I can do something for the output. Aha! So this can work. We can probably manage to like merge them together somewhere in there actually. Uh-huh. Can I have an assembler? Perhaps over here. Let's see. How about... I mean, I'm just going to have to jump over, I guess. That's fine. So, paint actually goes over here apparently. And the blocks. Yes, demolish. And the blocks. I don't know. Maybe we can go across here. And across here. And do something like that. Or maybe even... Can we do that? Well, we could if we hadn't placed the belt already. Uh-huh. The worst part is we still have one module to go. We still haven't touched that one. It should be easier, to be fair. So we produce this at 60 per minute, is that correct? Doesn't feel right. Well, we'll produce this, first things first. Let's produce it. And then we can think about the rates. Ah. So...
New module created.
New module created. Perfect. Thank you. So over here we're producing... Yeah, each of these is producing 60 per minute. So basically I'll need 4 assemblers like that. So I don't know why I was trying to tuck it in. Like, there's no tucking it in. It needs full on... Actually, don't I have 2 belt outputs worth? Oh no. I do. And I pushed them all into one belt. That's not gonna go well. It's okay, it's okay. I can fix it. I can fix that. I think first I'm going to move this assembler away. Just so I have more space to work with around here. There's really no reason to keep it over there. There was a reason when I thought I could do it without like overlapping or whatever, but there isn't anymore. So we remove this, we remove that, we remove. Good. Secondly, this we'll see about later. This was the wrong underground belt. Okay. Thirdly, how about you go this way? Oh, that's not gonna work. Yes, it is. It is. It is gonna work. It has to work. You're going to go like this, and like that. Interestingly, it's the same place I have to jump over on both sides. I might move this. I don't know. Well, anyway, I have my two belts over here. Right now. That's all that matters for now. And I have to do the same over here. No, I moved this the other side and it still doesn't fit. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Yeah, okay, I think I can get away with that. Oh. It needs to be on this level. My bad. Yeah, that's a bit of a mess. Not quite sure how to deal with it. I'll be honest. So this I can get across. Oh my god, this build is a mess and a half. I swear. Is there a way I can get it across here? Like, what if I brought the output over here and just dealt with that right there? I could. I might be able to pull it off, actually. Hang on. First of all, I forgot to connect this. No, but actually that might not be such a bad idea. I might have issues for the second one, though. But hear me out. What about that? Huh? Not bad, eh? And then we assemble. Over here. Reset that. There we go. I didn't connect it. That's fair. Okay, so right now we are bringing complete constructs out of that tunnel. Let's go. That's a complete module. Can I potentially do the same around here? Well, that might be slightly more complicated. Or just bring them over there. I'm sure I can deal with it. Or right there, actually. If I can get the brawn across. Yeah, I think I can, in fact. And the top part will be details, really, once we have that working. Well, let's go. Yeah, because then we can just do that, right? Uh-huh. Alright, and then to get this across, that's gonna be the easy part of the job. Really. Et voilà. Et voilà. Easy as pie. How about I flip that? Then I can flip this over here. Can it be longer, potentially? Yes, it could. Yes. I like that a lot better. And I'm going to move this. Because I hate this. That's cleaner. Okay, yep. So each of these, you produce 60, you produce 60, 60, 60, 60, so that's 240. Yep. Oh, which does incidentally... I need to deal with this 240. I can't get it on a belt right now. I can move it. But yeah, I need to split this. Okay. Here we go. 240 of each of these. It hasn't been easy. But we got there. Oh my god, this is such a mess. This is a huge mess. Okay, well, we need the last one. So let's work on that. First order of business, we're going to want an assembler, of course. Splitter input. We paste two blocks together. Uh-huh. We want 240 of these. So, if I get 240 for a 40 and a 24, I need the same volume of total input for a 240 of 64, right? So I'm going to be using this fully, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's correct. So I'm going to want. So I have 60 per minute of these blocks. I'm going to want a splitter. So I have 2 lines of 30 per minute. I'm going to paint half of it. Oh, am I painting? Yeah, that's the same I'm doing here. Okay. I'm going to paint half of it blue. With paint, of course. And the other half is white. That's fine. So that's 30 per minute. Oh wait, if I start with 30 per minute on each side, I've been too worried for a lot of these, because like that's producing 60, which I then divide by 2, so that's actually producing 30. This is getting 30, so that's 120 in fact. Oh my god, I could have made my life a lot easier. Do I have to remove half of this? I think I might have to remove half of this. Okay, we'll see. First, let's do that. Oh no. Yep, that's an appropriate emote for that. That's a very oops moment. I'm not on top of my game today. My brain is not braining very much today. So, we get 30 of these blocks. Blue, 30 white. We want to split. So that's 120. That's 120 per minute. So that's 2 assemblers worth, really. Could I possibly just have like a third one of these cutters? I might want to actually. And it would be over here. So I can feed that like this. And then I can feed 2 assemblers. So to feed that, I would need to shift all of that upwards. Possibly these two a little bit. I don't know, maybe not. Let's see. Can I manage to do that? Actually, yes. Okay, so if I do this, I have my blue slices in the middle, I have my white slices on the edge. So Alastor, this is your 1:45 AM friendly reminder. And your good night wishes. Have a great night, Mastani. Maybe I'll still be live when you wake up tomorrow. No. I just don't have the brain power to do that today. I do not. There's no way. The 4. And then an 8. And then we slice. So let's see. This is the rate. So this one is getting 30 per minute, which ends up at 120 per minute. Split each way to 60. So this outputs 60. Each of them outputs 60. So this outputs... so this outputs 60. So each input is 30. So this outputs 30. Which is then sliced.
New module created.
To 120 per minute. 120, not 240. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I need to remove half of the other side. Unfortunately. Let's see. So over here. We have 60 per minute. We take... This is better than Factorio. Nature! Yeah, you have decorations too. Let's remove a few trees after me in the soul forest. Venbot is sentient sometimes. That was a good one, Venbot. Pat. Okay, so we make 60, we feed that, we get 30. Each of these gets 30, which is their speed. So this output 60. Half of which goes in here. So 30 goes in here. 30 goes out. $30 each side, that was 30 out. That you split in 4, that's 120. So you don't need to split that later. Because that's 120. There was a streamer playing Factorio and you pointed a part of a forest they didn't have permission to touch. It was protected by you, Utter's Bush, but of course with the pollution in that horrible game, your forest was looking less healthy by the days. Well, yeah. But I mean, really that's your fault for trying to protect a forest, the real enemy in Factorio, you know? You take that reminder and go to sleep. Have a great night, Zeta. Ooh, hydrate, thank you. I'm gonna have a little bit of lemonade. It was in the middle of the factory. Well, yeah. And even if it wasn't at the start, it was definitely at the end, right? Oops, sorry, I bonked the microphone. Okay, so that's 120 per minute. The other part. So, this is getting 30 and outputting 60. So 30 is going this way, getting sliced. So that's 120. It doesn't need to be split. And it's just 2 assemblers worth. We're going to simplify this build quite a lot. Quite significantly. Because that's all bullshit, that's all bullshit. Which means that's all bullshit. Right. Uh-huh. You didn't hear the bump? Well, that's good then. I apologize for free ASMR. Well... not everybody wants that, you know? Okay, so... we have this. Then... so over here, 30... turning into 60. So that's 60 knobs plates plus 60, that's 120. So this is correct, however, that we do have... why do we have so many? Is this correct? 30? turns into 60. Oh yes, but I divide by 2,
Delivery
so no.
target completed.
Oh my god. Oh, nice. Rank up. This jump scares me every time. Yeah, so this is 60, but then it gets divided by 2, so that's actually just 30. Knobs plus 30 knobs. I have 60 knobs, so it's really just one machine worth of knobs. First of all. And one machine worth of knobs is just 2 belts. Well, I guess I can have this one then. Oh, that's gonna make my life so much easier. So much easier. And we have the same thing on this side. Although I'm sad that I don't... although I'm sad that I don't get the... what am I sad I don't get? I don't know anymore. No, but this is so much easier. This is just so much better. Right. This is all meaningless. I could have this shift inside. Like that. Oh. Yes, that's true. This moves back. Uh-huh. Oh, Colonel Will, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Greetings, everybody. Hello. What were you streaming today? Big ambitions. Oh, how did it go? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. If it's your first time here, welcome in. I'm Malastor, and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and occasionally puzzle games. And today we're playing a brand new factory building game that came out just last Thursday, which is called Modulus. And it's very fun. The whole... the whole gimmick of this game, I'd say, is that instead of having recipes where you, like in Factorio for example, where you take an assembler, you assign it a recipe, and then you take the output item to another assembler with another recipe, you have cubes, and you can glue them together in different shapes. You can cut them into shapes, you can paint them, you can like punch holes into them. For example, over here, where I'm getting this as an input and producing these. And yeah, at the end of the day, you need to make different shapes that you are going to feed to the final assembly buildings, production buildings. And there are very few production buildings that make dedicated objects. It's just basically the final products almost. And all of the rest is mostly just deciding in which order you cut, what you cut, how you cut it, what you paint, how you split stuff, in which direction to do all of that. And at the moment, we are trying to start making yellow pigment and yellow paint, which is basically each level of technology in this game is a different paint color. So we have white, which is no color, blue with blue paint, yellow with yellow paint. So for example, we have a blue paint factory over there because we need blue paint to make yellow paint. Let me show you in daylight so you can actually see something. So yeah, I'm collecting these blue crystals that I'm processing in these blue refineries. Oh yes, full, because I'm not consuming enough paint. That makes sense. But to transform these extra crystals into blue pigments, I also need these different modules that I'm making over here, starting from these cubes, which are themselves refined from other ores. And then I'm taking blue paint and a new line of cube, and I'm bringing everything over here, and I'm currently making the assembly lines for these 3 modules that are going to be required by this yellow pigment building to make the yellow paint, using these materials, these yellow materials that I'm extracting over here. So yeah, that's the plan. I just realized that I had overbuilt half of my build, so I had to remove half of it, which in one way is frustrating, but also is good news, because it now means that I'm going to have enough space to actually fit my entire build. I was struggling quite a bit to fit it in the space available, because this island has a big blob of materials I can't build on right in the middle. So yeah, you have different islands with resources, and you can buy the islands with these tickets. Basically, you gain these tickets by gaining XP and ranking up. And to rank up, well, you need to fulfill delivery targets or challenges that give you XP and this kind of stuff. And also, we have a big tech tree where we can unlock a bunch of stuff. So for example, I just unlocked the advanced stamper, which is doing something similar to what I was showing you earlier, where I would remove a certain material, but in the advanced stamper I can be stamping in 2 axes, but I need to provide cooler to the stamper. Interesting. Yeah, that could be a cool tool. I'm sure it's going to have its uses. But yeah, as you can see, I'm arriving at a point in the tech tree where I need yellow. I need yellow research. So I'm going to make yellow paint, and then we're going to make yellow research. Because that's what I need to do. So, over here. Yeah, so I was I thought I was producing stuff at 240 per minute, which is slightly problematic because it's twice the speed of my belts, so it causes a lot of problems. But actually it's just 120 per minute. So there are some stuff where I need to have two belts like this, are in fact 240. But before I thought I needed 4 belts for them, which was a lot more problematic. So I have my base plates coming in here, and then the little nubs. I'm gluing the nubs on the base plates on each side, doing the same thing over here. And over here I do the same with black plates. And at the end I bring everything back and I glue them together. Yeah, that seems about right. Is there any way I can compact it? I think I might be able to, yes. Hey Cryon, how are you doing? Welcome in. How's your Sunday? Let's see, so that's my cutter for the base plate. Maybe I can bring all of this down by one. Yeah, I like this idea. I think I like this idea a lot. I bring all of this down by one, and then that means I can shift that to the side and have it right against here. Although it won't be symmetrical if I do that. Maybe I keep it like that then. Maybe I keep it like that. What am I doing out today, huh? Was my Easter? Well, it was great, thank you. I went to the big scary outside today and had a nice time with friends. So I had a picnic, there was cheese. That was fun. This can be underground, which means this can just simply be my output. Over here. And I can move all of this back then. I had moved it up because I thought I was having issues with space around here, but I don't anymore. I went out and touched grass. Well, did I touch grass? Not directly, so I think I'm still fine. Well, but I had a walk. We had a walk around the city. There was a like a mini investigation game organized by the city where you have to go around to different places and collect clues and find out who the murderer is and whatever, and so we went out and did that. So we walked quite a lot. But it was a lot of fun. Why is this? Oh yes, because there's the assembler over here. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was really, really fun. I'm going to move this forward as far as I can, really. You've been trying Stardew Valley. Oh, how did you like it? Oops. This is a little bit too short. Maybe I should get the longer belts. The longer underground belts. Okay, so we have 120 per minute of each of these. Nice. Which means then we can start working on integrating it with this building. Why didn't you want to move? Oh, because there's the belt. Okay, fair enough. I suppose. You get a pass for this one. So, 120 per minute. So each crane takes 15 per minute. So that's 4 cranes per belt. And I have 12 cranes available. That might be a problem then. Can I unlock more cranes? I can, in fact. 16 cranes, that's more like it. So now we can do what I wanted to do. Although I might need this to be one further. Which is to have cranes on all 4 sides. Oh. Nope, cancel. So we can actually feed this at 120. And the 4th side, of course, will be for the yellow stuff. That's over here, I believe. Yes. Which I believe we are collecting at 120 per minute, so... Yep. It's a good time, nice and chill, yeah. I think... So, a mistake I think I made when I played Stardew Valley is I tried to optimize everything. Like the time in the day, etc. And I kinda burned out on it. I kinda burnt out on it. It was silly. It was a silly mistake. Okay, so how much? So we need 120 and 120. Is that correct? Yeah, because that's 64 and these two are 64. So we need 2 belts of blocks over here. Do I have... Well, I could get 2 belts of blocks from here. Yeah, you know what? Sure. New island. So to get blocks, we get these miners. And then we feed 4 miners to a furnace. I'm doing the furnaces locally. The miners never run out. So it's just easier for me to do it locally. It means less infrastructure in my base, right? At the end of the day. Oh. And I need one more. 4 of them, fill a belt. I might actually go this way. I can always revisit that later if I regret my choices. But yeah, that's a belt. And then skyline to send from one map to the next. We did upgrade the skylines, so it goes at 120. Which is perfect. Let's go. So, this building has been upgrading fully. So yeah, the buildings build different floors. And the taller the building, the more productivity it has. So like a 1 floor high building might produce like 1 yellow pigment per set of ingredients. A two tall yellow building will produce 2, etc. So I have 4 floors, I have 4 yellow pigment, and we have a limitation on the number of cranes that can take materials inside the buildings, but it's just producing at the rate at which you feed it otherwise. And of course, like currently with 16 cranes on the building, that's all sides of the building full, so we couldn't fit any more cranes. Then once it's full, once it has materials, we have drones that go harvesting the buildings. And then we can take whatever's in the harvester pad and put it on the belt. So we can use it later, which is exactly what we're about to do. Because we need a dye mixer. So we are producing currently 30 yellow pigment per minute. We're filling fully the building. This building isn't being serviced by harvester drone. What are you talking about? I don't know what the building was about. It was definitely being serviced. So, yellow paint. Oh. What is this? Luminol. Ah. Well, looks like we'll need more infrastructure. But yeah, we'll be feeding 2 dye mixers with that, I guess. Let's see. we can start planning on how we feed it. No, that will do. And then underground. But this doesn't strictly need to be underground. I like the repeating pattern. I'm going to need to shift that a little bit. Well, I guess my yellow dice can be here. And then we need to start making luminol. So, how do I make luminol? Chemical plant, you said? What's a chemical plant? Advanced stamper. No. Chemical plant. I want to make luminol. Make luminol, I need oil and lumite. Oh, how do I make lumite? In the lumite reactor. Lumite reactor? Oh, I might have an idea. No, I have unlocked the lumite reactor. So I should be able to make it. Yellow pigment, processing plant. Ah, lumite reactor, right here. Okay. So I'll need these two modules. Ooh, these are quite complex modules, in fact. Interesting. So this is a 2x2 here in the center. Ooh. I might want the advanced stamper for that. Because if I were to remove like this... Well... No, 2 stampers maybe? I might need 3. I think I'll need 3 stampers. I don't think an advanced stampers would make the job. Because I want to remove like this center and these 2 things. The problem is the stamper needs to... like can only do a solid shape of stamping. So it can't do a T shape like that, or it can't do 2 bits on the sides. So I need a stamper to remove this, 1 stamper to remove that, 1 stamper to remove that. That's the best I can do, I think. As for this... interesting too. If we cut it in halves... Well, I don't know that is the best option, actually. It is 64 voxels. Both of these are like a complete block type of thing. We could say that these white lines could be the sides stamped out of that. But then I still need to make the gray lines. So I'm kind of wondering if... maybe the play is just to, I don't know. Yeah, like this could be like a 4, so I could like shave off a slice at the top of the block and say, okay, this is a 3x4, so I shave off a slice at the top, then I remove the core, which is going to become these two halves. Then I remove the blue part, I paint it, and then I reassemble everything. Could be. So, I need luminol, right? I need luminol and yellow pigment in a 1-to-1 ratio. If I'm producing yellow pigment at 30 per minute, I'm gonna need luminol at 30 per minute. So I'm going to need 30 oil per minute. That's pretty easy. I'll have oil rigs available right here. And I need 30 lumite per minute. Let's look at the production. Yes, so we're going to need 8 modules to make 4 lumites once fully upgraded. Which we will fully upgrade it. There's no reason not to, right? So... So 8 for 4, so I divide by 2. So if I want 30 lumite per minute, first of all, there's going to be a few chemical plants, but that's fine. That's going to be 60 of each of these per minute that I want. Okay, that's not too bad, in fact. That's not too bad. Yeah, so I think we start with that. Oh, I have an idea. Like if we remove the blue core here, it could become that. That would economize... that would consume less paint. Less blue paint. Overall. Because I could paint once and then remove the core. Yeah, I like this idea. It does mean that my 2 production lines become intertwined. However. But I think that's okay. Okay, let's do that. So we say we want to slice off the top part. So we have a 4x4. We slice off the top part. We have a 4x3. And we color it and we remove the coal. And then we work with that. I am wondering whether I should even like have this entire thing. No, because no, that doesn't work. It doesn't really work, does it? Okay, let's take it step by step. First things first, we want blocks. Where do I get my blocks from? I guess we'll get them from here. Let's make a line of blocks. Let's see. This would be 4. Maybe like that. Sure. So these 4 go there, and these 4 go there. Well, maybe I could turn one of these around and have this one join over there. That would make things slightly less awkward. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that would be a full belt. I might shift that one. Tree is slightly in the way, but we'll be fine. Well, actually, yeah. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so I have my blocks. I have blocks. Dang it. Let's leave a little bit of space. So, I want to make these things. First I'm going to take care about the blue, I think. So for the blue, I'm going to want to cut a slice of a block. Then I'm going to want to paint. Well, I'm going to want to sort them first. So let's see. Which one goes where? Do we skip that or do we filter that? So the one we select to filter is the one that's gonna go straight. I think we skip that and we filter this one to go straight. Then we paint it. And then we need to stamp it. Of course. Oh, I have no paint. Duh.
Delivery target completed.
These announcements jump scared me every time. Every single time. Every time I'm like, oh my god, what happened? Alright, so let's see. Okay, so we're going to stamp out this, so we get the core and the 3x4, the U. The U is gonna go straight, the core is going to go to the side. Good. For this part, well, I'm not sure how I approach it now. I think I'm going to glue two blocks together, then I can stamp out this part. Maybe the announcement should start with a soft hum that gets slowly louder. Delivery target completed. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like the game is overall very quiet, and the announcement is quite bombastic by comparison. So you don't expect something to jump at you all the time, you know? Okay, so if I have a splitter here and there, I can assemble blocks into a shape like that, right? And then from this I can stamp out the coal. Like this, right? And this is gonna get replaced by the blue core that I extracted over here. Actually, I should probably reassemble it now, more or less. Nope, wrong side. No. Undo. Interesting. It keeps doing it. But I'm not gonna complain. Well, I am gonna complain. Because that's not what I wanted to do. Actually, I did want these. As it turns out. I did want them. Oh, dear. Let's store you there. Thank you. It's very ambient and mellow, at least a regular background audio. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right, so here I have this U. And I have this slice. What do I do with the slice? I should assemble it into sides, shouldn't I? But wait, I have one slice per U. I'll need a second slice technically. Or I guess I could color it black and put it back under. But then it would be a lot of shenanigans to build the stripes. I can do it. I'm just not super convinced. So these must become the black little knobs that we have over here. So I should paint it black. And over here on this assembled thing. Or I guess, yeah, this could become... I mean, it doesn't cost me pretty much anything. Oh, I might have an idea. What if I take... it's gonna be a 4x3 of black. I guess I could have sliced off like the other white, I guess. But then what do I do with the center of the 4x3? I have questions here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 16 voxels. Hmm. I'm not quite sure what to do. So, like, a cube being a 4x4x4 is 32, 64 voxels, right? So that's a cube. So if I have a belt of, or if I want, how much did I say I want? I want 60 per minute. Or 30 per minute? Hang on, wait a minute. I produce 30 of these. And so I need 30 luminol. Which means I need 30 lumite. Okay, so I need 30 per minute. Of lumite. Oh yes, but lumite itself needs double, so I need 60 per minute of each of these modules, right? So I need 60 blocks per minute for each of these modules. So this belt being 120 is the exact right amount of blocks I need. First of all. So if I split it in two, basically everything that's going on this side can be this block, and everything that's going on this side can be this block. So I'm just going to use everything at this point. Okay, so if I say I have a 4x3 here. I have sliced off maybe that of the top. And then I exchanged with the other one. I sent to the other one this 2x2. And the other one is sending me a 2x2 that's gonna be black. Okay. So basically I displaced this over here. Then I can have a 4x3 of black with a slice of the top that can be this. But then what becomes of these 2x3? I don't get it. Oh, because I need two 4x3s. I need two 4x3s if I want to do that. So... yeah. I mean, I could reassemble strips of 3. That's an option. So I could take half of that, slice off the top in the same fashion. And then color it black, slice it in groups on in lines of 1, and assemble the big U. That might actually be my best option. I don't really like it, but that might actually be my best option. Otherwise, I do a 2x4 and a 2x4, and my 2s that I was gonna have is what's in the center here. Yeah, but how do I cut it? How do I cut a 2x4 and a 2x4 and a 2? I can remove the 2 by stamping, but I can't exactly cut that. So that does not work. Yeah, I guess we cut sets of trees and then re-glue. I think that's officially the best option. So we slice off the top, same as the other one. I think I'm going to have to move that a little bit. Maybe over here. Well... yeah, no, actually that works. Wait a minute. Then why don't I just split the output of that? That's a lot easier for me to do. Because this can cope with whatever I'm providing it, I'm providing it 60, so it can definitely cope. So might as well say, yeah, this is all the white sides, and I'm going to have half of this become like blue things, and the other half's gonna be colored black and become something else. Maybe if I do that, you think that works? I mean, kinda. I think that kinda would work. Oh. Right, why is this... I'm assuming because this is full. Right. So, then, that's the blue core, okay? And over here I can slice the black part. One tick. Yep. And then I'm going to need... So I have 240 here, which is more than a belt can cope with. But that's okay, because we need to split and split and split. We assemble a bunch. So. Nope. That's my bottom. That's my side. Yeah. That's my bottom and that's my side. And then we assemble. That's my bottom, that's my side. Let's go. Flip that. This should be able to jump over. Bottom inside. And honestly, at this point, we can just paste the sides to it, right? Okay, let me try to grab a longer underground. I think I saw that being available. Where was it? I'm getting lost in this. Belt? No. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Tunnel distance. 7. Aha. Well, let's go. No, we're talking. So technically we'll want 2 of them. Uh-huh. Okay. So then we're going to slice that and paste the little knobs. We just need to make the little knobs first, of course. But I'm sure we can do that. So, the little knobs. Come on. Aha. Yes, you can braid a belt with itself with the same type of belt in this game. Really enjoy that. Although in this case I might have to do differently. I'm thinking. Yeah, I might have to go wide here. Because I'm going to need to do some processing and would be annoying. if- So we're going to need to do this. So that's this one. Hang on. How much material does this get? So 120. That's a 60 and a 60. So this is outputting 30 blocks. We're outputting 30 knobs and 30 blocks per minute. So we are coloring at the right rate and we are outputting here 60 per minute. That's gonna be important because then we're going to have to divide it in 4. Flame warning, thank you, Flame. Yes, yes. Yeah, because here we're going to have to slice stuff. So here I said I have 60? Yeah, this is 60 over here. Over there. So we say that's 60. 60 of each. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. So 60 blue, 60 black. No, 30 blue, 30 black, sorry. So this is 120 actually. So yeah, 60 of each component and 60 of these, which I assemble with 60 of that, is it? No, because I had 30 here. So I should have 30 here. Don't I? I need to backtrack. So 30. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, I slice in threes, but I have 4 threes. So 30 times 4, which I divide by 2. For each of these components, I have 60. And then I just assemble them. No, I have 30. I assemble them into 30 per minute. I'll be fine. 30 per minute, 30 per minute, 30 per minute. Okay. So this is at 30 per minute. Over here. Don't I have, like, note or something? No? How do I... Ah, I click out. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna help me. I need that. I need that today. So, we need to recalculate here because I already forgot. Oh my gosh. So 120, 60 goes to 30. That's 30 of these. 30 of that. Colored. That's 60. Okay. And these ones are 30. Which I assemble with these 30. So that's a 30. Ah. I need to click out, not hit escape. Okay. So 30, 30. And this one at the end is going to be multiplied by 2, right? And this one is going to be multiplied by 4 and then divided by 2. We could divide by 2 first. That would be a good idea, actually. It would help me stay within constraints. So if I reassemble... So that's now a 15. Come on. Okay. So now we have 15 and we'll need to slice that in 4, which will give me 60 per minute. Right. Oh, come on. 60. Here we go. So over here we have 60. We might be able, since we did that, then we want slices that are 4 long. So I think at this point it would be a good idea to reassemble them like this. Because then they become 30. And if I slice them, that's 120. I kinda like the text block for that. Yeah, let's... assemble, reassemble. So over here. And over there.
New module created.
Okay, so we created this module. That's good. That's a very long build. That's a long boy. And that's 60. This doesn't need to be here anymore. And this one is currently 30. And I need to remove these strips in the center. I'm going to need to move that, I think. I need to move these strips in the center and color them black before putting them back. And I know just the stamper for the job. So let's see. This would be 124. Ba-ba-ba. I think it might be... No. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, because from the top I'll see this double T with the core of blue going through the middle. Yeah, that's correct. Mm-hmm. Can I... No, that's not gonna do. We're going to have to go something like that. Which will work eventually. And we do the same right here. So if this is 30, that's 30 of each. So we're going to have like 30 of this and 60 of the trims. Which we can paint and reassemble. It's a little bit annoying to do it one by one, but I kind of don't want to do the work to get like the other thing they would need to be able to do them all at once. So underground can go over there. Actually, maybe not. Well, technically, I mean, this is pretty short, so I could just do that. It might just work as well. And like we can paint these black. And move these over there. And that's pretty much it. Why? Oh, because full? Sure. And of course, we cut it in two. Yep, that's it.
New module created.
New module created. Perfect. Let's go. So that's my factory here. I can slightly optimize a few things. I mean, not really, to be honest, because this needs to poke out anyway. I guess, like, this can go straight here, which means that This can be flipped, which means that this does not poke out of the line. But that's kind of the best I can do, because of the weird shape of the stamper. Which is okay, I guess. Can I have a tunnel that goes all the way? Yes, I can. In fact, I can even have a tunnel that starts here and finishes here. Which is perfect. So, I need to feed all of these to the Lumite reactor. That's 60 of each, so that's 4 inputs per. Can I move this all back by 1? I believe I can. Let's go. So, cranes. Ooh. Oh no. Guess we're going to have to go under here. I didn't realize it was so small. We're pretty much going to be using all the sides of the Lumite reactor here. All the ports for this project. That's literally the maximum rate it can do. Oh, what was that? So, what do you want? You want oil and you want lumite. And it creates luminol. Sure. So, we want... You're linking to the lumite reactor. Lumite. I want oil. I guess... There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Please no. Yeah, that's awkward. I thought it would jump under. Turns out it didn't. It's okay. I eat everything that goes inside the underground. Here we go. Perfect. Oh, 7.5 per minute. So we're going to need how many? We said 30. So that's 4 of them. Okay. Oh, yellow paint unlocked. A bold choice. Color may not improve productivity, but it does wonders for morale. At least that's my assessment. Some factories never achieve this level of expression. I find that unfortunate. I like at last. It's kinda wholesome. Okay, so over here. That works, I think. And over here we can have an underground. Ah, that's slightly unfortunate. What if I spread them apart? Yeah, I can totally spread them apart. I guess I misjudged, but I can shift it anyway. No, 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 no. I don't know where it might have got stuck, so I'm just going to empty everything. I mean, technically... yeah, that's actually the cleanest solution. It's slightly unfortunate that you cannot too easily change the length of an underground belt after you've started placing it. You need to remove the entire underground belt every time you want to do that, but I get the choice. It somewhat makes sense. Okay, so that's gonna be a lot more luminol. Which means a lot more yellow paint. We should now be able to run these two dye mixers. We have officially unlocked yellow paint. Nice. Which means we can start making make-core facilities. Big modules. Oh, some buildings will require modules larger than 8 by 8 by 8. For these, you can use advanced operators to construct modules up to 12 by 12 by 12 in size. And then we have Hyperdroid. Interesting. Maybe we'll go make yellow stuff over here. Why is this all red? Ooh. Oh, it's because it's too far. Yeah. That would be fun. This can be my yellow stuff island. It even has a delivery pod. So that's rather nice, I think. We can have our mech-core facility over here. So 8x2x4. With this, oh, that's actually really easy to do. This one is more complicated. It's 64 voxels, interestingly. Well, this isn't actually that bad, when you think about it. Yeah, so I guess this level is going to be yellow, white, and black. And then we're going to have yellow, blue, white, and black. What is that? The skog. Le phoque sexy a défilé sur le podium en loup-boutin rouge devant le président Macron et lui a malencontreusement planté un talon dans l'œil. It's not even hard to say. It's just absurd. I mean, I like absurd humor, but it's like, what? I was expecting it to be like a tongue twister or something. When I saw like how it was formulated, I was like, oh, that's gonna be a tongue twister. Nope. It's not hard to say, but it's funny and cathartic. For the seal, you mean? Or for you? Oh, that's why half of it wasn't producing? Alright, yeah. Should we do it? Can I want to do it? No, but we're going to need to do that one, which is going to require a whole mess to do lubricant and stuff. All of us! Are you okay? Oh, but this is 12 by 1 by 2. Ooh. We gotta save family and Bezos friendly. Yeah, exactly. So this is 246, which is what's taken out. Oh, okay. We're stomping out. I see. Well, we can do that one. That one's easy. And we can prep for these one, or for that one at least. But we won't be able to do it tonight. Because we'll need to do the lubricant. We need more lube. Right, so, assembler. Yeah, let's say, so we want 32. Can I unlock 24 cranes? Not really, but I could quickly go there. But would you even have space around one to have 24? No, I wouldn't have more space than 20, really. This is 5 per side. So I would have 20 spaces available. So... at best I can have like 6 of each dedicated. That's the maximum rate I can get. You have a wonderful tongue twister. I'm scared. And 6 would be 90 of each of these. So 90 per minute of this would be 180 blocks per minute. Let's go 120. No, wait, 90 per minute? No. The computer just changed the clock to 3:35 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. No, this is one block, basically. So it would be like 90 blocks per minute. I mean, let's go 60 blocks per minute. We'll see. We'll see. For now, I'm just going to like rig something real quick. Here we go. So I want half of these. Well, no, I might as well. No, I do want half of these to be painted yellow. I just want to paint something. And the other half have to be black. And then I'm going to be stomping. Poof. And then when we go straight, we can go splitting. So you might produce like 60, so each of these get 30, that's perfect. You get 30 out, and so you get 120. Much better than what it's claiming. Oh. Yeah, no. It is what it is.
New module created.
Here we go. And then we'll want what? Something like that, probably. To be doing basically the same. You're even designing objects like benches. I mean, yeah, you have to do these kinds of modules at some points. And something like that, which could be said to be like a small table. So yeah, I guess. And here we go, I guess that's 120 of these. Which could be said, aha. something like that. And then they build the walls with it. T'es pas prêt pour le ton pisteur qui arrive? Not at this time, probably not. Alright, and so we'll need advanced assemblers for the next one. Of course, this won't work because it doesn't have coolant. But you know. And then we need to split it. And here we go. Right, so next order of business is to provide supply drones with coolant, right? How would I make coolant? Chemical plant, I think I saw. Yep. Hexacrystals and polyrock. Oh! It's just that simple? Okay. I didn't realize. I thought the coolant would be like a complicated recipe or something. But no, actually it's super simple. I just need to get my hands on more hexacrystals. Hang on. Where are there? Hexacrystals? There are some over here, I guess, that I could import. Seriously, I consumed everything over here? Guess I did. Did I? Because I know I brought the yellow stuff here. There are some hexacrystals right there that are in you. I thought there was hexacrystals I brought and I never used. Or was it yellow stuff? Maybe it's yellow stuff. Yeah, it's the yellow stuff over here that I never used. Okay, fair enough. So where do I have hexacrystals that I do not use? I mean, I could have some over here, but I don't. I use everything over here. That's being used. I don't know that there's any. Is this in use? Yes. Why is this entire island stopped? Oh, because it's it's the one that's making my yellow dye. Yep. Right, well, I guess. I'm getting confused because I don't move the same way on the map as on the mini-map. There are exact crystals over here. Sure. So, let me... Nope. Extractor. Let's extract some exact crystals. French tongue twisters cost 1k point. But English one's free. For the nice one. Let's go like this. Does this work? Yeah, it does. Oh my god. Ooh, that's an achievement. That was cool. Create coolant for the first time. Nice. Input bound exceeded. Wait, what? Oh. It needs an advanced cutter then. I see. Which is slightly larger. I see.
New module created.
Let's go. Oh, but this can only operate at 30 per minute. I think we're fine. Yeah, we're probably fine. Because I don't want more than 1 trade per minute anyway, so... Well... I'm not going to do the last bit tonight. It's already 3 AM. Uh, as much as I want to do this, it's not reasonable. It would be pretty easy though. Should I do it? Does the advanced stamper... How would I do it? Yes. I mean, so I could take a block, slice it, in 4, paste 3 of them together. Or I could paste 3 blocks together. Then dye it. And then slice it. That might actually be better. That would save a lot of yellow dye. What I'm more hesitant about is how I do the black stuff. I don't think I have much of a choice but to use 4 stampers though. It's kinda annoying, but I can probably do it relatively fast. Okay, so if we take 3 blocks. Let's see. Okay, so that's definitely not working. Right. So we want to take 3 blocks and paste them together. So I'm going to want... Let's see... Split that. Like this. And advanced assembler, I think. I paste 3 blocks together. Suppose you are... Oh, I might need a second coolant thingy. Oh, split? Split. Right. Then I dye it. I paint it yellow, of course. So, yellow paint. Okay, so I have a white block left. So I have a long yellow block. Then I can use an advanced cutter. That is going to need this. Poof, poof, poof. Slicey, slicey. And then I'm going to want to go Stampy Stampy. On the block. Okay. That's like... If I have 30 per minute of this, that's like 30 per minute, so like 120 for this entire thing. That's fine. Oh, it should be fine. So... Let's see. I'm going to want to slice that. Well... Maybe I'll want to slice it that way or something. Sure. Assemble. Oh, it's not going to want to assemble because it's all big and stuff. It's going to want... Well, on the plus side, I can have 3 inputs on the assembler. Right. So, how about... Instead of doing this, I do like that. And then I go advanced assembler. I'm going to want some dark bits here. And not all of them, just like a quarter of them, technically. Oh, I forgot to paint them first. My bad. Oh, so Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter was so bitter, so she bought some better butter. Make the bitter butter better. Yes, yes. Was that okay? Oh, it's not sliced. It hasn't been sliced. Oh my gosh. Yep. Needs to be sliced. So if we say, okay, we have 30. Okay, wait, so before we slice anything, we want to reassemble these. No, we can't. Well, no, we can. Yeah, I think we want to reassemble these first. It is going to be an advanced assembler still. I think honestly it's going to need to go like that. Yeah, we'll need more bots. Why isn't this getting delivered? Oh, it didn't connect for some reason. Right, so what's the gap? Yeah, that's basically the gap. And then I assemble this with like the other side. Oh, so I'll need to actually move this. Because I need the other half. Well, do I? Yes. Then we reassemble. And then we'll need... Oh my gosh. This is such a mess. We'll probably need to rework it. There are a lot of machines, yeah. There are. And I'm not done. Where are my plates again? I lost my plates. Where are the plates? Oh, they're over there. Because now I need to like slice. Slice this. And then I need to reassemble it with the plates. So this is full. So now I need another supply drone and another assembly machine. But this should be the last one.
New module created.
Let's go. It didn't even wait for me to supply it before claiming that I had created the module. Hmm. Yeah, no, it needs to be here. Frustrating, but it is what it is. It is probably nowhere near fast enough. A lot of these are like, oh no, drones are never gonna service me fast enough. This is probably not producing lubricants fast enough. There's a bunch of issues with that, but yeah. Ooh, you found the slippers. Indeed, indeed. And here we go. The Mekko facility for yellow is officially operational. Well, it's operational once it has drones, I assume, but... There we go. No, it's officially operational. Alright. So, that's gonna be us for today. I hope you all had a great time. Don't go anywhere, we're going to find somebody to raid. Who is playing games? Um... Let's see. I don't know who to raid. Let's go and see Coco. Let's go and see Coco. It's been a long time since we raided her. So, yeah. What did I forget to say? Yeah, everything, basically. If you enjoyed your time here tonight and want to see more content like that, don't hesitate to drop a follow. It helps the channel a ton, and it helps you find your way back here, see what I'm playing, this kind of stuff. Yeah, at the moment we are playing Modulus, we are playing Timberborn. I will start soon a new Timberborn save. And we are playing Alchemy Factory. We've been making slow but steady progress in Alchemy Factory. Other than that, if you're already following the channel and you want to get more involved in the community, maybe know when I'm going to stream, maybe be able to have discussions, have the announcements of what I'm doing, when I'm doing it, all this kind of stuff. I have a Discord for you that you can join. And then what? Well, I guess if you want to find the VODs of the channel, I also have a YouTube channel where I eventually upload the VODs. What else am I missing? Schedule announcements. Next week will be a little bit hectic for this channel. Normally I stream on Wednesdays and Sunday, but I have a friend who's marrying next Sunday, so I definitely won't be here next Sunday, and I might not be here next Wednesday because I might have stuff to do because of that. So I'm not entirely sure I will be streaming Wednesday. I will make an announcement in the Discord. I'm certain I won't be streaming on Sunday. And the Sunday after that I will also be missing because I have a job interview. So yeah. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a hectic few weeks, but at some point we'll return to normal, right? Oh yes, I'm sure I will enjoy the wedding party. Definitely. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. And finally, the last thing I am missing, I have a raid message for you. Provided I can type the raid command. So, let's go and raid Coco Confession. And yeah, I wish you all a great time zone. I hope you had a great time with me tonight. And I hope to see you next time, whenever next time happens to be. We'll have to see. I will keep you up to date in the Discord. So yeah, if you want to have the announcements of the schedule updates, that's where you can find. Alright, see you everyone. Bye bye! And have a wonderful time zone, everybody.